I'm the morning man. Churchill, abo.
You bore who?
Abo the Black Stars.
It's the expectation and hope that kills.
Oh, it has killed.
No, but you actually said that. Yes, you made the point that nobody expected the Black Stars to reach the round of 32. But now that they've reached there, would expect more. Mm-hmm. What I was expecting from you would have been to accept then that you're out.
Oh, I fell for it. I became a slave to hope. And I was sitting there throughout the night watching this game and hoping against hope that somewhere in the midst of all of this mayhem, these boys would remember where they are from and play like Black Stars.
It wasn't going to happen.
Oh, Jordan, are you?
My expectation was that, of course, as Ghanaian, you'd expect the Black Stars to win. But a part of me told me that the kind of football we play, you see, so against England, you were playing not to score. You were playing also not to concede. So you played a 0-0. That's okay. Now, against Croatia, you saw what happened.
Didn't work.
It didn't work. There was no way it was going to work against Colombia, even though we were hoping that it would work.
No.
It didn't work. So, an hour or two to the game, I think about an hour to the game, I went to bed. I slept. Yes.
And
now, all the friends I spoke to after the game said, "Oh, Charlie, it good self say you no watch." But I decided to watch again.
I should have taken a leaf out of your book.
I felt that we didn't do badly.
Jordan Ayew spent about 90% of his time horizontal.
That is the guy's style.
Oh!
Look,
at some point, I just said, so this guy cry, where does he play football? And Fifi, without hesitating, responded, Wesley Girls.
No, he plays for Leicester City.
He might as well play for Gehi.
They were relegated 2 seasons ago.
What did they form?
No, they were relegated 2 seasons ago from the Premiership to the Championship.
Oh.
And last season they were relegated from the Championship to League One.
I'm starting to see why.
Third tier English football.
I'm starting to see why.
But that's not all we're doing this morning. On Friday, the government outlined its plans as part of our country's post-flood recovery and plans to mitigate rains going forward, the impact of rains going forward. Okay, this morning we're going to get into it. They've talked about how we need to clean the silt gutters, how we also would have to demolish structures on waterways. And Kojo, whenever I talked about things that we say we'll do in this country, it reminds me of the regular factors affecting agriculture that we used to learn in the past. Land tenure system, lack of mechanization. So we're back. We're repeating the same things we've been talking over and over again. Just this morning when I was driving to work, I saw heaps of refuse on our roads from Caprice, Boomerang here to the multimedia. I'm asking myself, why can't we just get things right? Well, this morning we're going to get into all of these here on the Super Morning Show. But we do the show with you, okay? Also, tell us what you make of the plan to spend some 350 million Ghana cedis as part of the mitigation plan here on the Super Morning Show. Now time for the news at 6.
Good morning, welcome to the news at 6. The The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM here in Accra. Also on Love 99.5 in Kumasi and all 16 regions of Ghana via our partner stations. We're live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces and YouTube. Coming up this morning, fresh courtroom clash to unfold as current and former Attorney Generals face off over former Buffer Stock CEO Abdul Wahab Hanan's dramatic airport re-arrest.
Is in contempt of court, and I'm going to file contempt of court proceedings against Dr. Ayini as well as Semsai personally.
Also coming up this morning, clearing of debris, rehabilitation of damaged roads and the distribution of relief items continue 8 days after devastating floods sweep through parts of the country.
As part of the operation, the Ghana Armed Forces will deploy personnel, engineers, specialized equipment to clear major drains, streams, rivers, and other critical waterways.
In business,
Bank of Ghana pumps more than $2 billion into market in June this year to stabilize cedi as local currency's monthly appreciation reaches 3.3% first in 2026. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And Black Stars head coach Queiroz quits team after Ghana's exit from the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
New tactics, new way of seeing football, and things. No, we just need to look at the future and stay positive.
These and more with me, Mamiesi Nyamicha Thompson. Do stay for details. And this morning, a legal battle is unfolding between Ghana's current and former Attorney Generals following the re-arrest of former National Buffer Stock Company CEO Abdul Wahab Hanan. Mr. Hanan was picked up at the Kojo International Airport on Saturday night while preparing to travel to the UK over claims he tried to access funds in a frozen bank account. His lawyer and former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah has accused the current Attorney General of contempt and says he will challenge the arrest in court, while the Attorney General is also seeking a court review of Hanan's travel order. James Aveji reports.
Deputy Attorney General Justice Ramsai around midnight on Saturday posted on his Facebook page announcing that Abdul Wahab Hanan was arrested by officers of the BNI at the Accra International Airport. He said although Hanan has been cleared to travel, his attempt to empty one of his frozen bank accounts is what has triggered the arrest. Lawyer for Abdul Hanan, Godfred Yeboah, however, rejects the allegations.
Because in the first place, there has been no attempt by Hanan Abdul Wahab to withdraw any money from any account of his. Secondly, no account of his is frozen. And thirdly, a court of law has given an order, essentially giving him permission to travel as a registration for medical purposes. And the Attorney General is aware of it.
He said he will proceed to court to cite the Attorney General and his deputy for contempt of the court.
The Attorney General himself, who clearly issued an order for his arrest, is in contempt of court. And I'm going to file contempt of court proceedings against Dr. Ayini as well as Semsai personally, the Director General of BNI.
Justice Ramsai also said the Attorney General will go to court today, Monday, to seek a review of Hanan's travel order. James Saveji, Joy News.
Meanwhile, the former Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah, says he was denied access to his client when he visited the BNI on Sunday.
We were not given the opportunity to see our client at all. Indeed, we were told flatly that they don't allow lawyers to see their clients on weekends. And that's quite perplexing. The person is arrested, say, on Friday night or Saturday. He will be in without access to counsel. I mean, that's the republic in which we live now. And indeed, he's been picked up for no reason. As far as someone said, he's just been banded off into custody for no reason whatsoever. He's been given the right to leave the country, to travel to the country for a few days by a court of competent jurisdiction. The Deputy Attorney General himself was in court and argued. And if indeed he had any objection to the order granted, he only had to appeal. But he had to resort to this surreptitious means of preventing him from traveling. I think that this is totally unwarranted and unnecessary.
Away from that, 8 days after devastating floods swept through parts of the country, recovery efforts are still underway as authorities clear debris, rehabilitate damaged roads, and assess the impact of the disaster that claimed 34 lives, including children and infants. The tragedy has also reignited debate over the country's decades-old flooding problem, drawing fresh reactions from various quarters, including civil society groups. There's more in this News Desk report.
The disaster has once again put Ghana's recurring flood crisis in the spotlight, with critics questioning why successive governments have failed to deliver lasting solutions. Speaking on Newsfile, Executive Secretary of the National Interest Movement, Susanna Edo Amankwa, blamed weak interventions and the politicization of disasters for the country's inability to address the problem.
Subsequent governments have failed us. It's as simple as that. So this sort of political football that is now being played, about whose tenure has had the worst flood consequences than the other, we find it nauseating.
The flooding has also triggered a political blame game. Director of Communications for the Baumia campaign team, Dennis Miracles Abuaji, blamed the incumbent government for last Monday's floods.
That anti-flood task force failed. As long as we have seen flood in such a devastating nature, you fail. Take responsibility. Don't make excuses.
NDC's former Tamale Central MP, Inusa Hussein, however, urged political leaders to avoid politicizing disasters, stressing that the MPP also failed to resolve the challenge while it was in government.
We're learning. You mean nothing has been done over the years? But just that it's inadequate. Now, I say reimagining. You see, these shifting sands of politics will not help us.
Susanna Edo Amankwa insists Ghana needs bold, long-term interventions to end the country's recurring flood disasters.
Now, the Ghana National Fire Service is urging warehouse, factory and commercial property owners to urgently equip their security personnel with basic firefighting skills. The warning comes after multiple fire outbreaks over the weekend at Adontin Senior High School in the Eastern Region and Melcombe Ghana Warehouse in Tema. Speaking to Joy News, member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service, ADO1 Alex Kinnat, stressed the need for companies to empower security guards.
Security men should be trained in handling fires. Institutions like this should also prioritize having early fire detection and early fire management systems like fire extinguishers and smoke detectors, so that as and when the fire starts, these wardens will be trained enough to be able to manage the situation.
Now, Cote d'Ivoire and Sierra Leone have taken the lead in ECOWAS's push to cut the cost of flying across West Africa after the region's new Air Transport Economic Oversight Committee wrapped its first meeting in Lomé, Togo, with a clear message to the rest of the bloc to catch up. Chaired by ECOWAS Director of Transport, Chris Appiah, and Civil Aviation Director General of Sierra Leone, the committee reviewed progress on the December 2024 Abuja reform, which scraps 4 separate travel taxes and cuts passenger and security charges by 25%. Cote d'Ivoire has already implemented the changes while Sierra Leone has moved into implementation phase. The committee has the mandate to turn up the heat on other member countries like Ghana to scrap the taxes. Listen to ECOWAS Director of Transport, Chris Appiah.
Now, to implement this, they set up what they call the ECOWAS Air Transport Economic Oversight Committee. So the committee's work in this meeting is to, one, take stock of the level of implementation of all member states and agree on a strategy of practical actions that will be undertaken to implement the decision in all member states at a uniform rate.
Now, Black Stars head coach Carlos Queiroz has bid farewell to Ghana after his time with the national team, saying football teaches you that, quote, you either learn or you either win or you fail. In a Facebook post, he expressed pride in what the team achieved, but said he leaves with a healthy dissatisfaction, believing even more was possible. The following report has more from Ghana's match on Saturday.
The first kick of the last game of the round of 32 at this World Cup.
Ghana's World Cup campaign came to an end at the Kansas City Stadium after a 1-0 loss to Colombia. Defender Marvin Senaya was forced off with an injury early in the first half and was replaced by Ali Duseidu. Moments later, Colombia capitalized on the defensive reshuffle, with midfielder Johan Arias scoring what proved to be the decisive goal.
It's finished Colombia 1, Ghana 0.
The game left many Ghanaians disappointed.
Actually, I think it was the wrong time for our coach to experiment with the players. Round 32, I don't know.
Jordan should go because what Jordan is playing, like he's not pressing that much, as a striker.
Despite the disappointment, Black Stars head coach Queiroz believes the team has laid a solid foundation for the future.
It was a difficult moment for us. We lost the right back. It took some time for us to adjust and recover from that substitution.
Black Stars captain Jordan Ayew has also urged Ghanaians to remain patient with the team, insisting.
Well, on that note, that's how we end this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. And what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I not change my car. It be the same, right? It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
Go.
Here's Samson's take, a very brief take on the back of a take I wrote the morning after the floods. You can look for it. It's titled Blood on Your Hands, about failed leadership. But this morning, I titled my take 34 Dead, Trash Choked, and Leadership on Holiday. Hello, partisan robots. Disconnect now. If your brain is hardwired to defend a political color while fellow citizens drown and rot in the capital, this is not for you. It is Saturday morning. The skies have cleared, but the grim reality has only just surfaced. The National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, has now confirmed that the nationwide death toll from Monday's devastating floods has risen to 34 human souls, with 12 confirmed dead right here in Accra. And the state admits that the number will likely rise as missing bodies are matched and verified. 34 citizens are gone. 11 years after the June 3 catastrophe, we are still counting bodies. We're still writing obituaries for avoidable deaths. But look around you this morning. Look at the streets of Accra. The water has receded, but it has left behind a sickening monument to our governance failure. Massive rotten heaps of rubbish sitting right in the middle of our city. The floods aggressively spat back the refuse we choked our drains with. And days later, our municipal authorities cannot even coordinate a swift cleanup. The capital of Ghana is a trash-choked graveyard. Don't let any politician grandstand on television today with fake empathy or talk about needing new laws. The Criminal and Other Offences Act explicitly criminalizes this littering and clogging. The Land Use and Spatial Planning Act and Local and Governance Act give our local authorities absolute power to clear obstructions, demolish lawless structures they allowed to be put on waterways, and jail offenders. But as we know, the laws are alive on paper. Leadership is dead in practice. Instead of proactive engineering, continuous dredging, and ruthless enforcement, we get reactive media stunts during the downpour and absolute silence when it clears. If you have seen the Garrett transactions report, it proves that hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis have been moving through the system for flood mitigation, drainage, and municipal sanitation management. Yet, the plastic mountains remain on our pavements this very morning, and the storm drains remain choked to the throat. To every president, minister, MMDCE, who has enjoyed the perks of power over the last decade or more, look at the mountain trash and the rising body count today. Every avoidable death, every ruined livelihood, every disease that breeds in these uncollected heaps is on you. We don't need your prayers. We don't need your post-disaster warehouse distributions. We need you to enforce the law. Until you find the political backbone to do your jobs, know this truth. You have blood on your hands, trash at your feet, and history will not wash it off. And that is my take.
On assumption of office of the current minister, you realize that when the flooding is occurring, it occurs just beyond the Odo Basin. So relying on just the Odo Basin to fight flooding or to reduce the impact of flooding was not going to work. So last year, he asked us to look at the 9 basins within the Greater Accra region. Last year, we did 5. We did an analysis to look at the current state of these basins and that if it should rain, can it perform its function well? This year is
show on Joy 99.7 FM, and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters, and Total Energies Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akwafu.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, man?
I'm great. You? I see your Black Stars jersey.
Oh, yes. You see, the fact that we lost against Colombia doesn't mean that we don't have to show support for the Black Stars. I had indicated earlier that I expected the Black Stars to play 3 matches and come home. That didn't happen. We played 4, but we are back home now.
Wow.
Hey, we're coming home. It's okay. We went to the round of 32.
They did their best. I mean,
they did.
Nobody expected they would come this far. Right?
Well, but see, there's a level to which haram football can go. No, I don't. You see, so when people were expecting, well, I also expected the Black Stars to win against Colombia until an hour or 2 before the game.
But the Colombian team is not an easy team to beat.
It is never an easy team. No. An hour or 2 before the match, I started having a feeling that Charlie Emfa. So I went to sleep.
You know how we're trying to avoid Portugal and then play Colombia, thinking that.
No, in fact, if we had played Portugal, we probably may have done better. Because, also because of how the Portuguese play. But hey, look, it's done. We're out. We don't have to.
Too bad.
Well, the job starts now. If you read, the message from the statement from Carlos Queiroz, some say he's resigned. His contract is expected to end, I think, in August. He signed a 4-month contract, but basically after the World Cup is done. Has he resigned? You get an indication this is more like a goodbye message. You get an indication that this is a goodbye message. Has he really resigned? Well, we'll find that out here on the Super Morning Show because.
What do you think? Should his contract be extended?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Carlos Queiroz is not the future of football. Let's face it. He's not the future of football. Okay, so let's go and get coaches that are the future of football and stop this, haram, ultra defensive, kind of football.
Well, it paid off.
It paid off against England. Okay, because it paid off against England. It did pay off
and
against
we saved our faces.
Colombia. It didn't. And so, but this morning also I want us to do something. We'll talk about the performance of the Black Stars, whether Carlos Queiroz, whether the FA should engage him, what should be, our choice of coach going forward. But also this morning we'll be focusing on government's post-flood recovery program and planned mitigation measures here on the Super Morning Show. Time now for the business news. But who gets the trumpet this morning?
We do it for Carlos.
Okay, the haram football aspect. No problem. So to Carlos Queiroz,
all you have done,
we say
trumpet. trumpet didn't want the sound for Carlos Queiroz. Well, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, Bank of Ghana pumps more than $2 billion into the market in June this year to stabilize CD as local currency's monthly appreciation reaches 3.3%, first in 2026. Also coming up, commercial banks hint of plans to review loan repayment terms for businesses hit by the floods. Also, government settles $700 million Eurobond payment ahead of schedule, bringing total amount paid since 2025 to 2.1 billion. Details coming up. Hello, welcome everyone. Hello to our friends listening from Kojo Radio and KT Radio. The Bank of Ghana pumped more than $2 billion into the market for June this year to stabilize the city. There's more in the following Business Desk report.
$1 through its Forex intermediation program. It saw auctions being done twice a week, as well as some $811 million, which was separately carried out through the Direct Market Intervention Program as part of the Domestic Purchase Initiative. This rounds out to a total amount of a little over $2 billion just for the month of June 2026. The action by the Bank of Ghana went a long way to help deal with demand pressures on the market, which some say helped the Ghana city post an appreciation of 3.30% for the month of June 2026, the first time this year that the city has posted that margin of monthly appreciation for this year. However, if you track the city's performance from January to July this year, depreciation now stands at 7.9%. This means that last month's performance has helped slow the rate of depreciation so far for this year.
Government has settled $700 million of Eurobond payments ahead of schedule. Sources say the payment was done on Thursday, and this consisted $525.2 million in principal payments and $174.8 million in interest payments. With this latest payments, Ghana has paid a total of $2.1 billion to Eurobond holders since January 2025, in accordance with the terms of the Eurobond debt exchange program. Now, government recorded 23% oversubscription of treasury bills as investors continue to demand more compensation. That's according to auction results by the Bank of Ghana. Here's more.
Investors bought T-bills worth a little over 4 billion Ghana cedis, as against a target of 3.37 billion Ghana cedis. The government, however, accepted about 3.1 billion Ghana cedis of the bid. The 364-day bill was once again the most subscribed bill, as 1.85 billion Ghana cedis of the bid were tendered, representing 44.5% of the total bid. The uptake was, however, 1.09 billion Ghana cedis. The 182-day bill received bids of 618.90 million Ghana cedis. A little above 435 million Ghana cedis of the bid was accepted. For the 91-day bill, 1.68 billion Ghana cedis of the bid were tendered. A little above 1.63 billion Ghana cedis of the bid were accepted. Meanwhile, interest rates continue to rise on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day bill went up by 14 basis points to 5.87%. That of the 182-day bill also increased to 7.78% from the previous weeks of 7.69%. Similarly, the yield on the 364-day bill surged by 10 basis points to 12.92%.
In other news, banks have revealed they are willing to review the loan repayment terms for businesses hit by floods. The move, the banks say, is part of their contribution to minimize the impact of the recent disaster on the operations of businesses. John Amoah, Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks.
We've seen it with our own eyes that the devastation is almost everywhere. But we will work with the customer. There are some that within the next 1 month, they may not even be able to open their shop. So it is a matter of having that empathetic understanding that it is through no fault of the borrower. The banks will sit down. Where there is need to extend the facility, they will extend it. Where there is insurance cover, they will work with the client, work with the insurance company, make sure claims come in. If there is residual, the bank will work at that to restructure, to even lend a lot more so that you can recover through this disaster.
You had John Ewa, Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks. Now, some industry persons are projecting that fuel prices will drop again by a significant margin from the middle of this month. This is due to the current decline in the price of crude oil and finished petroleum products on the international market. Dr. Winston is Chief Executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies.
If this Israel war with Iran and the Middle East tension drop, we estimate to get to the 70s easily, if not the 65, and that will bring us further down by 10% on average for products that we consume in Africa.
We can hear from Executive Secretary of COPEC, Duncan Amoah, who says the market looks favorable going forward.
International benchmarks for finished products have declined. You saw for petrol a decline of some 6%, saw for diesel a decline of about 15%, you saw for LPG or gas a decline of another 15%. If you just oppose this with the fact that the CD has also been very well managed, you are naturally expecting that the filter through effect would be to see some reduction in pump prices locally.
Meanwhile, energy analyst Benjamin Insia wants government to quickly implement measures that will help mitigate expected pressure on the economy as a result of declining crude oil prices. Mr. Insia is particularly worried about how this could impact on revenue for the year.
This is likely going to create a bit of a challenge for the fiscal side because the government has recently reviewed its fiscal target to about 1.5 billion based on its projection that the price of crude will likely stay at $100 per barrel. However, unfortunately, in the last 2 days, we observed crude falling below $80 per barrel, which is moving towards a pre-war era. So it's likely going to create some kind of a challenge for central government in terms of its fiscal target within the petroleum upstream.
You heard energy analyst Benjamin Insia. Global financial services giant Citibank is projecting that crude oil will drop below $60 a barrel before the end of the year. Turning to transport now, government has revealed that it has made significant progress towards the establishment of a new national carrier. Ghana is looking to have this new airline in place by the first quarter of next year. Transport Minister Joseph Boukary-Nikwe has been giving more details about discussions with airline manufacturers.
We have inaugurated the committee. They are working. I met with Boeing. Boeing is one of the bigger aircraft manufacturers. And I got the understanding that back in 1959, Ghana purchased its first aircraft from Boeing in 1959. That makes us and Boeing cooperate together and work together to see to it that our vision of re-establishing a national air carrier, they are part of it. And so we are working hard to ensure that the Ghanaians have their own fly in the skies with our flag and giving us the pride of Ghana.
You have the Transport Minister Joseph Boukary-Nikwe. Now, the Food and Beverages Association is kicking against a rollout of a new pre-export conformity verification regime for imported products. The initiative will see Ghana Standards Authority, through its agents outside the country, inspect all products that are imported to Ghana. But the association says this is not needed, warning it would pass on the expected cost to consumers. John Awuni is chairman of the association.
The ordinary Ghanaian will continue to pay higher prices, and businesses have barely recovered from the introduction of the AI publican system. The utility tariffs that have just been increased, we have barely recovered from that, and yet another layer of tax is being introduced. This is just way too much. We are hereby calling respectfully His Excellency the President to intervene and immediately suspend the implementation of the Ghana Easy Pass program.
You heard John Awuni, chairman of the Food and Beverages Association. Let's turn to the stock market. Let's find out how investments will fare this week. Here is Caitlin Darty of Data Bank Research.
Last week, trading activity ended on the stock market on a subdued note, with price gains in 4 equities against 8 laggards. The top gainers were Total Energies, CB Bank and Intravenous Infusion, while Guinness Ghana, Fan Milk and Casapreco declined. As a result, Ghana Stock Exchange Index declined to a year-to-date gain of 67.5%, while the Data Bank Stock Index weakened to a year-to-date return of 86.3%. Weekly turnover decreased to to 43.6 million Ghana cedis after trading 13.9 million shares over 28 counters, with MTN Ghana and Casapreco accounting for 82.9% of the market turnover. This week, we expect the share prices of GCB Bank, Societe Generale, and Cow Bank to increase, while Guinness Ghana declines. For Joy Business Report, Caitlin Dazi of Databank Research.
And before we go, let's take a look at the commodity market. Crude oil this morning going for $72.07 a barrel. Gold went down marginally, trading this morning at $4,182 an ounce. Cocoa going for $5,036 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar trading at 11 cedis 50 pesos. That's what some major commercial banks are offering the clients. The euro going for 13 cedis 10 pesos. The British pound 15 cedis 21 pesos. The forex bureau is quoting the dollar 12 cedis 35 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team.
Thank you very much, Darryl, which means we can have our inspirational song for today. MOG Music with Nobody. That's our inspirational song. Let's enjoy it.
All right.
And that's our inspirational song for today, Nobody by MOG Music. Would you classify this as Christian or gospel? Yankson?
Why are you asking me? Nobody has appointed me
that's a harmless question. Anyway, since you don't want to answer it, of course you've answered it. You've told us why are you asking me, and that's the answer. It means I can bring you our fuel tip for today, and our fuel tip today says start each workday with a brief safety check or toolbox talk. Reminding people of key hazards before tasks begin helps everyone stay focused and aligned. Good days start with good communication. COMAC reminds you to begin wisely. And that's our fuel tip from the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC. Let's learn how to say it right.
It's brought to you by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done. You say either. I say either.
I was having a conversation with someone over the weekend about traffic, and he used an expression that stuck in my mind. He said there were only some few cars on the road. And of course, it is a very popular expression, although it's not quite right. Some few. You see, both the words some and few are quantifiers, which means that they help to describe the amount of what you're talking about. Some and few. To play it safe, if you just want to say that there is a small but indefinite quantity of something, you can say a few. If you want to be a little more vague, you can say some. But there's no need for the two words to be holding hands in the expression. Some, few just kind of defeats the meaning of it. It's kind of like saying small, little. You wouldn't say that, would you? So don't say some few, say a few or some. That's how you say it right.
Okay, so now you know how to say it right. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, and printers to school and office supplies. Whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, we've got something. We've got everything to keep you organized and productive. Big discounts up to 70%. Bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Visit Kingdom Books office at Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Shop Smart, Save Big. For inquiries, call them on 0501 401 050 or 0244 311 955. But from growing businesses to completing that building project and supporting education of family, many Ghanaians are already doing mega things with the mega loans from SG Ghana. It's now your turn. With even lower, more competitive rates, achieving your dream is now possible with SG Ghana's Mega Loans promo. Salaried workers of SG Ghana listed companies, pensioners, and eligible customers can access support for personal needs, family commitments, home projects, and more. There's still time from now to July 2026 to apply and enjoy big loans at small rates, yes, very low rates, and a fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302 214 314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you. Okay, time now for the newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tanker, your stronger, your tough, and Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile, Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all. And George Riafi has joined us this morning. George, good morning.
El Giorgio.
Hi, good morning. So it's Amoah and
yes, sir.
Kojo part 2.
Since when did I become?
Oh, there's Kojo. There's another Kojo as well.
So why is he part 1?
Okay, part 1.
Kojo part 2. George has decided that you become part 2. Anyway, let's get into the papers.
Well, let's start with the Daily Guide. It has a High Court approves Abu Trika's extradition. Momo vendor kills robber in court at Lashibi, and ex-NAFCO boss arrested at airport. Lawyers bear feet. Government reviews the student punishment regime. We have cleared cocoa farmers' arrears, so says Cocoa Board. To the Ghanaian publisher, ex-NAFCO boss or CEO, airport arrest. Lawyers blast AG. Minority demands flood probe. Accra floods a wake-up call, so says Ochehini. Abujinapo wants national evacuation policy and scrap degrees nowhere. Dr. Idichum says that. And the news center has released story. Ibrahim Ahmad signals support for Ghanaian AI prodigy, and also Finance Ministry's fiscal control delayed the Garrett project, so says the World Bank. Accra floods caused by government negligence, says the Minority, and Margins delivers first GAM ID card. President Burrows is its inaugural receipt as a system alive, and these are some of the lead stories on the front pages of the newspapers.
So talking about the Margins bit, so Margins delivers first ID system for Gambia. So the GAM ID is actually Gambia.
Gambia, okay.
Yes, and that's the daily graphic for this morning. Government activates post-flood recovery and forces lead operational response. 42nd National Farmers' Day launched, and government settles €700 million bond debt. The back page, Jordan backs Queiroz to finish job. Good job. So you see, I told you that the man, you see, the statement that he's issued, it doesn't mean that he's going home.
So he backs Queiroz to finish
the job
of coming home, or what?
Coach.
Yeah, but
he started.
Like because I thought the job they brought him in to do was to take us to the World Cup.
What was the terms of his contract? Was it a 4-month contract?
I do not pretend to know the terms of his contract. What we were told was that he was on a 4-month deal to take us to the World Cup.
Oh, okay, so he was signed for the World Cup. The World Cup is over, right?
Now, the general expectation was that, if you're signing a coach for the World Cup, you believe you'll be able to finish the World Cup as champions. So you sign the coach hoping that he'll take you to the last game of the World Cup. That was never going to happen in our case. Now, what happens? Well, we'll find out this morning. We'll seek answers to all these questions. But the Economic Times says up to 500 million cedis in insurance claims expected from Accra floods damage. Okay. Stocks reclaim attention on Ghana's financial markets as GSE delivers 66% return, and business groupings ask government for tax reforms as part of the mid-year budget review. All on the front page of the Economic Times, which means we can bring you the online news review, and that is brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. Zenith Bank says, look, stay alert. Shine your eye when someone calls claiming to be from Zenith Bank. Fraudsters can sound professional, confident, and convincing. They may ask you to confirm your account details to help resolve a supposed problem or secure your account. Remember, Zenith Bank will never ask for your PIN, password, or OTP over the telephone, email, or via any channel. If a caller asks for this information, do not share it. End the call immediately and contact Zenith Direct on 054 200 111 or 0302 680 884. Shine your eyes, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. A message from Zenith Bank in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks. And let's see what's making news this morning on myjoyonline.com. Just a minute. Okay, let me just check that. Okay. And so myjoyonline.com this morning says government pays 700 million euro bond bill ahead of schedule. Total hits 2.1 billion. BOG injects $2.01 billion into forest market as City recovers first monthly gain. As City records first monthly gain of 2026. Government cannot talk ease of doing business while adding more cost. That's FABAC rejects Ghana Easy Pass. You cannot threaten people into silence about their own history. And citynewsroom.com this morning, let me see the stories. Poor road conditions turn Kaswa Malam commute into 4-hour ordeal. It's here. Government settles $700 million euro bond ahead of schedule, and mandatory Easy Pass will hurt businesses, increase consumer prices, FABAC warns, and intra-Africa trade faces 120 million annual finance gap, according to report, and no valid order backing Hanan's account freeze. Dummy disputes AG over airport arrest. Let's get into the details of the story.
Well, let's start with the Ghanaian publishing. One story that stirred some interesting debate over the weekend when the former Minister of Education was saying that some degrees are taken as nowhere. Let's do the story. It says the former Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Oseduchum, has called on the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission to take more proactive role in ensuring university programs are aligned with the country's workforce needs. He argued that some of the academic programs offered by Ghanaian universities have little relevance to the labor market and are contributing to graduate unemployment. Speaking of the Connect Minds podcast, Dr. Oseduchum said tertiary institutions should design programs based on national labor demands rather than student enrollment and revenue generation. And this also had a quick response by one of the renowned lawyers. So is it it caused a lot of debate on social media about, I mean, there is nothing like no degree is relevant and all those things. I don't know, Winston, what's your thoughts on this whole thing about which degree is relevant and which one is not relevant? Someone was saying that degrees are supposed to open your mind, so not necessarily about, basically, if you do accounting, obviously you end up working in an accounting firm, but prepare the student's mind for what is up on the job market. So it's a back and forth debate on social media.
I've just remembered a lecture which was organized at the University of Cape Coast, then the Faculty of Arts Students Association, FASA. And the speaker is current vice president. Then, I think she was the Dean of Graduate Studies, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, talking about the role of the university student. So, you know, there are those who would argue that university education, as the name sounds, is universal education. So they're training your ability, your critical thinking skills. They're giving you critical thinking skills, okay, ability to analyze and make recommendations or solve problems, problem-solving skills. So if that is the case, you may fit in a lot of roles, but not certain roles, okay? So certain roles would demand certain specific skills. So, for instance, if you want to be an accountant, the expectation is that you should know the preparation of accounts.
Yeah.
Okay, and you must understand what would influence the recognition of expenditure and all of that, and how you would measure the scope. These are things that, if you've not been trained in, it will be difficult for you to go in there for that role. Okay, there are other roles that you can perform because of your critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills, which you're expected to learn from the university. Having said that, you know, I've seen the interview where the former education minister talks about BA education, non-teaching, and he asked the question, what would you do with that? Well, the course is clear. It says BA in education, non-teaching. It means you're not being trained to go and teach. If you go to the University of Cape Coast, there are programs in education. You have where you are not trained to go and teach. Okay, you're trained to do other things in education. So there's education administration and all of that. He makes reference to the development studies. I don't know the curriculum, the outline of the development studies program in UDS, so I can't comment about that.
It's talking about education. Another story: government reviews student punishment regime. Now, government is set to review the punishment regime in schools and empower the Ghana Education Service with stronger authority to deal with the growing indiscipline among students. Now, that's coming from the Minister of Education, who has disclosed, and I think that thumbs up on that one, Minister of Education. This is long overdue. Harun Idris reviewing the punishment regime in our senior high schools.
We need to pay attention to the details, though.
Well, you want to share?
And according to the minister, the increasing incidents of violence, drug abuse, and attacks on teachers and other acts of misconduct in education institutions have reached an alarming levels, making it necessary to adopt tougher disciplinary measures. The minister made this announcement in Parliament last Thursday while responding to a question from the Member of Parliament for Queiroz, Professor Kingsley Nyako, who wanted to know the interventions the ministry is implementing in terms of dealing with this growing indiscipline in the educational institutions.
What I meant was that we need to pay attention to the details of the punishment regime that he proposes.
For me, I think it's a good one. If you go to some of our senior high schools now, it's nothing to write home about.
You see, punishment regime, and you know, when we talk about punishment, corporal punishment, what and all of that, the next moment we're getting, I mean, I went to secondary school and my English language teacher asked all of us to provide 2 canes. You will buy it and bring it, and she keeps it. You know, it's not like she used it on students, but she would always ask you, "Oh, okay, all of you buy canes, bring it to school." In those days, you see, when you grab a student, whip the student, it doesn't necessarily change a lot of things. Okay, it doesn't necessarily change a lot of things.
Are you sure?
Yes. No, you see, George, I'll tell you something. My father was a teacher. He went to training college in the 60s, right? Before he became a journalist, he was a teacher, and I taught him, at the middle school level and secondary school level. I'd even taught at university level before he became a journalist. Now, throughout period that we were growing up, my father wouldn't beat anybody. There was something he always said, and look, that would really hurt you. He says, "Bra, so he says, I've been looking at you. You're not sensible. You did this thing the last time, it didn't work. I was expecting you to change because you must learn from your mistakes." And so instead of beating you, he explains to you why you don't have to do this the next time. And for me, that works because you understand why you don't have to do something. Okay, let's say I beat you. What have you learned? Fear. At some point, you get used to it. And the moment you get used to it, because when I went to secondary school, we were being beaten. The seniors were beating us every time. There were days where you take 40 lashes before you go to class. Over time, you get used to it. The next moment, you are stretching.
Yeah. Look, we have to understand that children or young people are individuals, and the same thing won't work with everyone, right? Fear may give you some sort of temporary control over people, but like Winston says, people get used to it. It got to a point where I was quite aware as a child that if the worst my father would do to me is that he would beat me, then I just weigh it against what I want to do, the bad thing I want to do. And if the bad thing is worth the beating, I'll do it. Like I do the calculation in my head. The worst he will do is he will beat me. But by then I would have enjoyed this thing. It's worth it. So I just go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Right? So you have to understand children and figure out what can really motivate them to do the right thing.
Yeah.
It's not always beating. Beating only makes the beater feel better.
The Daily Graphic this morning, government settled $700 million Eurobond debt. And so the Ministry of Finance has fully settled its Eurobond obligations of $700 million ahead for this year ahead of schedule. Now, the payment last Thursday consisted of $525.2 million in principal repayment and $174.8 million in interest payments. With this latest payment, Ghana has paid a total of $2.1 billion of Eurobond holders since January last year in accordance with the terms of the Eurobond debt exchange program as part of the country's debt exchange program. And the payment was made through the government's planned financing arrangements without undue pressure on the country's foreign exchange. But there's also a story here, we'll talk about this later. On page 13, government activates post-flood recovery, and armed forces lead operational response. So the government has activated a comprehensive post-flood recovery and mitigation program following the devastating floods that struck the Greater Accra and parts of the Volta and Central regions last Monday. It includes nationwide cleanup and recovery exercise with a focus on restoring public safety, improving sanitation, and preventing secondary disasters such as outbreaks of cholera, typhoid, and other waterborne diseases. Particular attention will be given to clearing of refuse, silt, fallen trees, abandoned vehicles, collapsed structures, and other debris obstructing roads, bridges, drains, and water courses. Okay, that's what the government intends to do. This one, we're going to get into the details of this, whether these are the plans we need. How different are these plans from the plans we've been implementing all these years? Okay, and also for the second National Farmers Day launched, the 2026 National Farmers Day, which is set to reward outstanding farmers and fishers across the country, has been launched, and the 42nd edition will be held in Sunyani, the capital of the Bono region, on Friday, December 4, 2026, and it's on the theme, Our Farmers, Our Food, Our Future. Okay, not a bad one.
The news center, quick one, talking about floods. Doctors demand permanent flood solutions. Now, the Ghana Medical Association has called on government to undertake far-reaching structural and political reforms to addressing the persistent flooding, warning that the country's recurring flood disaster can no longer be managed with short-term interventions and emergency response. And that's coming from the Ghana Medical Association. Another interesting story on the news center, and it's about Ghana's businessman Ibrahim Mahama has signaled his commitment in supporting innovation journey of a young Ghanaian tech developer in a move that could provide critical financial backing and strategic investment needed to transform the young investors' promising artificial intelligence innovation in commercial viability products. And for me, just like in the Christian parlance, what Ibrahim Mahama is doing, give credence that when God blesses us, we also empowered to bless others as well and support others, and that's a good initiative coming from him.
Okay, so the back page of the Daily Graphic, Jordan backs Queiroz to finish job. And story by Maurice Kwanzaa.
What job?
The first major decision facing Ghana after their World Cup exit may have already received its strongest endorsement from inside the Black Stars dressing room, with Captain Jordan Ayew urging the Ghana Football Association to retain Carlos Queiroz beyond his expiring contract. Now, Ayew believes the experienced 73-year-old has transformed the team's competitiveness in barely 3 months at the helm, and insists replacing him now would halt the progress already made and interrupt a rebuilding process that, in his view, was already showing visible signs of progress. Okay.
Charlie,
That's what you say?
I don't know if it's the strongest backing. Yes, he's backing the coach, but I don't think that's the strongest voice to back the coach. I mean, our captain himself is on his way out in many ways. Right, he's very old. Fifi was joking that the river was named after him. So yeah, he's quite old. He's on his way out, and his career it's not at its peak. So
it's only 34 years.
But his career is not. His career is not.
The Cape Verdean goalkeeper is 40 years.
But goalkeepers can play at.
Oh really?
Okay. But Ronaldo is 41. Messi is 39.
His career is not at its peak.
I mean, those who follow football that much, or the history.
The guy was the leading.
He's not at the peak of his performance.
He had the best, goals involvement in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
In the World Cup.
His career.
Maybe he just had a bad tournament.
At its peak.
Yeah.
Well,
he's not at the peak of his performance.
Prospect Bernard sends this message. Says, why should someone who helped his team get relegated to the third tier of a league continue to play for the Black Stars, while another person who helped his team get promoted to the first tier of a league is sitting on the bench? The Ayew era is over, and Jordan.
One bit of it. I mean, the bit of them being downgraded to the third tier was more of a regulatory issue, or more be a sanction, than because the players didn't play well. So it wasn't because of the Ayew not playing well. That's why they went down. It had to do with the FA sanctioning some breach.
6 points.
I mean, they could have even come to the Premier League or even done well if it had not been that reduction, because the timing that they came really affected them.
We're not going to get there.
So I don't think it's fair to blame Ayew for the fact that
you're blaming everybody, including all his teammates.
Okay,
played a role. Meanwhile, in the same league, Thomas Brandon Asante had more goal involvement than Jordan Ayew. They were all playing in the championship. So if you ask me, I think that yes, age may not be a friend of Jordan Ayew now, because his legs may have left him. But the problem is not why does every coach keep playing Jordan Ayew?
I think he brings something to the team.
He does.
Maybe.
And if you play haram football, you need a Jordan Ayew, because at some point you need someone who can hold on to the ball. The question is, when he holds on to the ball, what does he do with the ball?
Or you get the fouls you want. If it's in the box, you could get a penalty as well.
Let me tell you something before we go for the BBC News. Something that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer used to do with Man United. They were defending, but you see, they had speedsters. Okay, so you had the likes of Marcus Rashford, you had Mason Greenwood, you had Anthony Martial, you had Daniel James. So once they get the ball, oh boy, you know they are in your in 10 to 15 seconds they're in your 18 box. They're about to score. Can the same be said about Ghana? And that is not our style of play. Jordan Ayew is holding on to the ball. He's turning and turning. You don't know where he's going. Why? Let's continue.
What has been Queiroz, the coaches? I mean, in terms of those who maybe have a lot of history about, in terms of his things with other national teams, is it more of just always a World Cup thing? Than a long-term contract with national teams?
I think his best tournament performance was with Egypt. They went to the finals, they lost. He was still playing haram football. Let's go for the BBC News now. It's brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. Glyco, we cushion you for life. Oba Spaghetti is made for you. Call your people, call your crew. Everybody come chop Oba. Go stop. Oba come chop. Everybody chop.
Farm Drive can survive a new era of regional instability.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, The Interview, conversations with the people shaping our world, with me, Paddy O'Connell. For this episode, I speak to Artemis II astronaut Victor Glover. As part of the first mission to the moon in more than 50 years, he was one of the crew that travelled further from Earth than anyone ever has. We discuss how being in space has changed his perspective on life, why he believes we're closer to reaching Mars than many may think, and the sights the crew witnessed for the first time in human history.
The last thing to come into view was this blue glow, and we could see craters, the surface of the moon. But the sun is on the other side, so what was lighting the moon? It was Earthshine. It was the Earth, the light of the Earth reflecting off of the near side of the moon. I don't think our brains are evolved to understand what we're seeing. And I called Houston and I said, I think we've just gone into sci-fi. It's hard to describe what we were actually seeing.
Victor Glover. Hear more on The Interview after the news.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. Residents of the Ukrainian capital have experienced another night of deadly air attacks after Russia launched a wave of missiles and drones in the Kiev region. At least 10 people have been killed and more than 40 injured. Sarah Rainsford is there.
It was another frightening night for people here in Kiev as Russia launched cruise and ballistic missiles at the city. There were loud explosions and the boom of Ukraine's air defences in action. And once again, many residents sought shelter underground. The destruction this morning is widespread. Several apartment blocks have been hit, either directly or by falling debris from intercepted drones and missiles. There are dead and injured, and people still trapped under the ruins of their homes.
Huge crowds are lining the streets of Tehran for the funeral procession of Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, killed on the first day of the US-Israeli war with Iran. He's been lying in state in the Grand Musalla religious complex. Lise Doucette is reporting from Iran on condition none of her material is used on the BBC's Persian service. Restrictions applied to all international media there.
The cortege will pass through the landmark Inqilab, or Revolution Square, now dominated by a towering statue. A massive clenched fist known as the Fist of Defiance, the defining symbol of these ceremonies with its slogan, "We must rise." Another refrain is rising too, revenge for the supreme leader's assassination by US and Israeli airstrikes. Some of it is just slogans, but fury over the Ayatollah's killing also fuels anger within the ranks of Iran's new leaders.
At the Men's World Cup, England have become the latest team to reach the quarter-finals after beating co-hosts Mexico 3-2 in a thrilling clash in Mexico City. They'll now face Norway, who eliminated five-time champions Brazil, beating them 2-1. It was the Brazilians' earliest exit from a World Cup since 1990. Meanwhile, FIFA is facing criticism for lifting a one-match ban on America's top scorer at the World Cup, reportedly after Donald Trump rang its president, Gianni Infantino. The USA striker Folarin Balogun was automatically suspended after getting a red card, but is now clear to face Belgium tonight. The Belgian Football Federation said it was astonished by the decision. England manager Thomas Tuchel, one of whose players received a red card on Sunday, had this reaction.
Where does this start and where does this end now? Can we overturn it or not overturn it, or where to draw the line? This is the question that I ask. I have no answer to that. Where does this end now? Do we appeal if a yellow card is not a yellow card? Do we think it's not a red card, or who thinks it? Where does this start and where does this end? Is my question. I don't have an answer.
BBC News. Several countries in the Asia-Pacific region have expressed concern after China announced it had test-launched a long-range missile in the South Pacific from a nuclear submarine. Beijing said the test involved a dummy warhead hours after Australia signed a landmark defence alliance with its Pacific Island neighbour Fiji. Canberra said the move risked destabilising the South Pacific. Beijing said it had given prior notification to relevant countries. A super typhoon has been impacting the US Pacific Islands after making landfall on Rota in the Northern Marianas, where authorities said they'd received reports of major damage. The US National Weather Service said Super Typhoon Bavi struck with equivalent force to a Category 5 hurricane. It had warned of an imminent danger to life. Nearly 10,000 forgotten Punjabi soldiers who died fighting for Britain in the First World War are finally being recognised today. Their names are being added to the records of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission in a major update to the official list. The identities of the Hindu, Sikh and Muslim soldiers were missing from official records until they were recently discovered in registers held in Lahore. Punjab was split between India and Pakistan following partition in 1947. The Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has expressed regret over crude comments he made about the pop singer Kylie Minogue during an appearance on a comedy podcast last week. Here's Simon Atkinson.
The exchange came during a sequence in which the Prime Minister was asked about celebrities he would like to sleep with, marry or date. After initially trying to avoid the question, Mr Albanese named Kylie Minogue, who he called terrific. The backlash was swift, with opposition MPs saying that rather than engaging in grubby games, he should have pushed back and called out the question as sexist. In a 6-word statement, Mr Albanese said he apologised unequivocally for the comments.
BBC News.
We completed the assignment before this heavy one happened, but we had just finished and we were putting the report together when the floods came in. This year we looked at the entire region, and this is what we found out. Now, as I was explaining, every water has its source. The source is from a high point, so normally the mountainous areas. Now, if you look at these two images, this was taken, the left one was taken in 2023 by myself, and this is 2026. You realize that the land cover in 2023 was a bit denser than what we are seeing now. And from the image, you can see people are parceling and building walls, and they are clearing the land. It's the same area. So you can see the curve here, and that's the curve. So you see people are building. This building in 2023 was not done, but that's the building here.
Within this very short time?
Yes, very short time. And so once the source is compromised, and naturally it has a sharp gradient, so the speed is there. Once it gets to Oyarifa or the foothills, by nature, the water is supposed to hold a bit before it moves. Now, what is happening in Oyarifa is quite interesting. We have encroached the water basins, and so the water cannot still even hold there. It's still on the move. The course has been compromised, so it's still moving at the same speed. Then it gets to Car Price area, then it slows down. The speed combined with the volume of rainfall we are getting, and the way we have now squeezed the channel, it would overtop. And we've done models, and we realize the impact will go beyond just those small areas to even planned communities or areas like where you live. Now, so we took the Weja Basin. What are we seeing? This is the Tetegu area. This was in 2010. Now, in 2026, as at last year, we had over 1,000 properties sitting here. Over 1,000.
2010, it was empty.
Yes. Tetegu. This place, I can tell you on authority, no one has a permit here. Because it's a floodplain. So when it comes from Weja and it gets here, not like the document explained to you, if the sea levels are high, the water stays around the plains, after some time moves. Now, trust me, no poor man can build here. If you see the kind of structures here, to fill and even build, you must be rich. So this class of people are not the regular class. So we have pushed the regular class, and now they are moving close to the course. So the source is compromised, the course is also being compromised, and even the discharge point is also going. So where do you want the water to go? We continue. So that's it. You tell me a poor man can build this kind of building? No. People with the resource. This 2026. Let's continue. Now, look at this property, this wall.
Yeah.
The person intentionally knows this place is not supposed to, he's not supposed to build.
Right.
He waits when it's dry season. He moves in to do something small.
Island.
Then he waits.
It's about an island.
Yes, and you see the rubbish there. They first fill with the rubbish, settles a bit, add laterite, then they start. And now we are causing we are making the course of the river to meander more because we are pushing it. No matter what you do, water will find its way. That's something we have to understand.
Right.
So we move to Lafa. Lafa is so we skipped Odo because we've done a lot of work on Odo. But the Lafa is after Odo. That's the no. This is the first is Weja. Lafa is after Weja. Yes. That's Mala Market. At the top here. This is 2010. We just had this. But that's a water body. Now, this water body does not discharge directly into the sea. So at this point, it's supposed to just stay around. This is 2026. We haven't crossed and entered.
Where's the water?
Now that's the size of the water.
Can't find the water.
Look at the width here and look at the width there. So this is why Malam floods. And so once the water can't go, there's a backflow effect.
So
all those behind.
Executive, what do they do? How do they give the permits?
So they don't. So that's how I explained to you that most of these areas don't have permits.
That's here in Dansuman.
Yeah.
You know,
but that's the
and I drove to some of these places.
Yes.
You know, I drove to some of these places, the Odotojo area.
Yes.
That's what you're talking
Yes.
about. And they were flooded. People couldn't come out of their homes.
They can't. They can't. That's rubbish. This is rubbish. We continue. So that's how the area looks. That's rubbish. Solid waste being filled. And that's the first step. They fill with solid waste at Lacha and then they build on. That's Malam. Then we move to Peshi.
Yeah.
The red line is telling that as at 2012, this was the boundary of the Peshi. Yes. As at 20, we have lost about half of it in properties. The source is compromised, the course is compromised, discharge point compromised.
Yeah, discharge point, that's what I was looking at.
So you see the discharge point?
Yeah, completely compromised.
Peshi.
Now, so we went to the course, like I explained. We tried to do some analysis to understand it better. This same point, in 2002, the width of the Kojo stream was 261 meters. Let's watch this.
The river, not this.
Okay. Then we come to 2013. We have 211. It was reducing. 2022, we have 19. But see where it used to be. We have pushed it. Now we are defining the course for it.
Yeah.
And as we speak, we are left with 10.6 meters.
That's Honorable Innocent's house. Where the yellow? That's your house.
We are left with 10.6.
Kojo, I don't know.
We have lost over 200.
That's not your house. Pigment.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Proceed.
So what is the planning authority? What are they doing?
We go to Tessa Dam.
I agree with you.
Tessa Dam, same. The red is the
where
old.
Is that?
This is Bandy Road. So behind the Bandy Road.
Yeah.
Yes.
East Legon.
East Legon. Yes. 2008. This is what we are left with.
Yes.
And people are still.
There's somebody building today.
Yes.
That one,
Right.
even when I came to Accra, that place was still very good. Farming was taking place at that place. Now look.
That's for Sakumono.
Sakumono Ramsar side.
This is Sakumono. The red is 2011.
Yeah.
The white is what we have. And even with this, look at what people are doing in there.
Sakumono.
So, and that's it. Look at the structures there.
This is Sakumono.
I listened to Honorable former minister, and I think he agrees with you. It's leadership. He just has a responsibility to at least make the current leadership not suffer too much damage. But largely, even if you listen to the final argument he made, it's leadership. In every society, there will be thieves, there will be criminals, there will be miscreants, there will be deviants, there will be recidivists. There are everywhere. But leadership ensures that all these people, including the saints, the popes, the pastors, are able to coexist in a way that the society thrives. So it is leadership. To try and use the indiscipline of a few as a cover for leadership failure is unacceptable. That is why the mandate has been given to you. If all of us were pastors and popes and saints, we will not elect leaders. We elect leaders because we know that the society that we run, all of us are not at the same wavelength, and so people would misbehave. And so you've been given a mandate to ensure that the majority of us who are respecting the laws and the rules do not suffer from the actions of the few who are doing all this indisciplined stuff. So the president and the government has failed us. That is the summary of it. And this is not politics. This is accountability. Yesterday, the government that was in place had to take responsibility. And I take inspiration from our president. He was clear. He said, that the flood and rains in Accra was as a result of Akufo-Addo's failure. I believe him. I agree with him. And that is why a lot of people who probably suffered floods in 2021, 2022, 2023 went and probably voted against the MPP because they had a presidential candidate who said he had a solution. So there is no question. Nobody in this country is responsible for the flooding other than the government. Nobody. No. Nobody else other than the government.
You are not going to intervene.
Nobody else. It is the government.
And what is the title?
Are you to hear Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico.
I was hearing some things, but it's okay. Kojo, this morning, WO1 Bright Segbefia retired, sent us a message.
Okay.
Says, good morning, Joy FM. In October last year, the ECG transformer that supplies power to Bato Ngolikwe and its surrounding communities got blown. Several reports have been made to the ECG office at Sogankope for replacement, but no positive action has been taken. The situation is affecting economic activities. We're therefore appealing to the ECG authorities to immediately replace the transformer which serves the people of Bato Ngolikwe in the North Tong district in the Volta region for normal life.
When did this happen again?
October last year.
Oh my word.
So these people have been struggling. They have no electricity for what? 9 months.
Good Lord.
Okay, and I mean, I've seen letters from the district chief executive to ECG asking that the transformer be replaced. ECG, this one is a no.
Yeah,
this is a no.
This place is a hive of commercial activity.
Yeah.
There are people whose livelihoods depend on the supply of electricity. And this is a transformer that has been reported to you. Please step in and do something.
Exactly. So, thank you very much, WO1 Bright Kwame Segbefia retired, for sending this to us, and we'll follow it up. So, please let us know whether you've heard from ECG after, this show, and we'll follow it up to make sure the right things are done. But, Kojo, we're going to be talking about the floods, the fact that the government has come up with this, post-flood recovery plan and mitigation plan. And they've told us that they need to desilt the drains, they need to demolish structures in waterways, they need to improve sanitation wherever we are as a people. But the question is, what's new? Are these not things we've always known? What is going to change this time? Because these are things we've been talking about for years. So, what's new? And what will change?
The problem is that if we are to believe the same government, they've actually been doing these things. If we are to believe them. Because that's what they tell us every year, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, if they've already been doing these things, then why do they believe that a plan to do what they've already been doing will somehow yield a different result? Isn't there a technical term for that?
You see, the president gave us an idea of what has been influencing our decisions to act. He says when you act now, when you start doing the right thing, then people start complaining about votes, elections. That's who we've become. The people we've become today is that, as for us, everything is elections. Elections. But like I've said, and I'll keep on repeating, the President John Dramani Mahama is in a unique place. You see, you have the greatest opportunity that any Ghanaian leader would have to right the wrongs of yesterday. And Mr. President, you must do that. Yes, your party will put the pressure, but when you do the right thing, Ghanaians will remember you. and remember your party too. Because right-thinking Ghanaians would monitor, and at the end of the day, they will punish whoever hasn't done the right thing. Okay, if you don't fight flooding today because you are scared that you will lose votes, then you will lose the votes actually in the elections because you didn't fight it. But if you fight it today, the people who are affected will look back and say, this was a good decision. Because then they will no longer be crying for help. And look, Kojo, this morning, I think it was on Thursday when we were launching Multimedia Foundation program, a relief support for those affected by the floods.
And by the way, thanks to all of you who have donated. Keep them coming.
And as I listened to the woman at, I think, mile 11 in Weja,
Hand of God.
Look, I was saddened. And what really struck me was, what would I have done if I found myself in her situation? And that is why this morning, even as we think about those who've been affected, we say, you can be a blessing to them. Look, your widow's mite would be deeply appreciated. So the multimedia group is mobilizing relief support for thousands of people affected by the devastating floods that have swept through parts of Accra. And I know you've seen the heartbreaking images and videos. You've heard those interviews. But behind every picture is a family struggling to rebuild its life. Today, they need our support. And so we are appealing to individuals and corporate organizations to support this humanitarian effort by donating essential relief items or cash. So priority relief items include non-perishable food items, drinking water, clothes, toiletries, medical supplies, mosquito net, mattresses, blankets, and beddings. Cash donations can be made to the Momo number 0593-038842. The name is the Multimedia Group or Daniel Boyfio. And the UBA account, the account name is the Multimedia Foundation, is UBA Ghana Tema Industrial Area Branch. When you go and ask of the Multimedia Foundation account at any UBA branch, you'll be giving the account number. Then you can make the payment. And you can also bring these relief items to the office of the Multimedia Group, Kokomlemle Accra. Together, let's stand with our brothers and sisters in their greatest time of need. And as Ghanaians, this is something we do best. So let's support one another. Let's support those who've been affected. Okay? They need our support now. And let's do this. Okay? And for all the organizations that have donated, we say thank you very much for putting a smile on the faces of these persons who have been affected by the floods, Kojo.
Yeah. And it's a certain feeling of helplessness that comes along when you keep hearing these stories of people in distress, people who have lost everything. A friend of mine who had struggled since she completed university, saved money, put together a spa, bought equipment. In fact, just the week before the flood, she had imported a very expensive piece of equipment. Very expensive, something for exfoliating skin or something like that. Very expensive. Monday morning, she wakes up, goes to work, and everything is destroyed. Everything. And this is someone who's working for herself and creating jobs for others. She has just been reduced to square one. And this is a story that has replicated itself across the city. So many people affected, not just Accra, in fact, across the country. So many people have been devastated by this. And when we listen, as joy listeners, when we listen to this, we feel a sense of helplessness that we do not like. Thankfully, this campaign gives us all the opportunity to do something small, so we don't feel helpless anymore. Something little, just something little to help move someone towards restoration. And they will be eternally grateful to you for it.
Exactly. Let's do this for our brothers and sisters who've been affected. But if you're planning a trip abroad, don't wait until you're stranded in a foreign country. Get covered with Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies and flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. Visit any Glyco Life branch or call 0555 305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life. But you know that if you need mobile phone, accessories, and electronic retail outlet, then Franco Trading is the place to be. You can get items such as Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs ranging from 32 inches to 100 inches, Franco air conditioners ranging from 1.5 HP to 2.5 HP, chest freezers and refrigerators, washing machines, microwaves, blender, generator, gas and electric stove, CCTV camera, all other mobile phone brands and accessories from all their shops nationwide at up to 40% discount on their digital platforms. Call them today on 0246 422338 or 0555 939311 or 0302 225651 or download the new Franco Trading app Franco on the Google Play Store, or you can visit their website at francotrading.com. Franco Trading, still phone fee. And look, if you've not heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies, and let me tell you more about this premium fuel. It's amazing 3-in-1 power because Total Energies has introduced Exilium new formula, the additive-enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Charlie, you will drive, sir. So experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality. But you know your salary deserves better, so switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 003355 or visit fidelitybank.com.gh or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us. Okay, so give them a call now and you would be a happy person. But let me introduce to you Ghana's leading photocopier leasing company. So why buy a multifunctional photocopier when you can lease and pay as you copy and print, or design your own payments plan? Lease an A4, A3 heavy-duty MFP with sorter stapler finisher, production machine with sorter stapler finisher, and enjoy free toners and cartridges, free repairs, free maintenance, follow me printing, centralized monitoring of all staff, and nationwide coverage. Forget about the unnecessary expensive gimmicks and save yourself over 60% of cost. Join the hundreds of satisfied customers across every sector and all the 16 regions and lease an MFP from us. Visit Valex Lease, VALLEX Lease.com, or call them on 0244 644048 or 0535 208661 or 0208 603312. Remember, Valex Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions. But look, these days, some mattresses are being made from all kinds of unsafe materials that are not fit for sleeping surfaces. Okay, buying inferior and cheap mattresses may seem like a good way to save money, but do not fall for the trap. If you haven't slept well, you cannot work and think well. You know, Latest Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love for almost 60 years now. They offer you unmatched quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. Make the smart choice. Talk to them on 0302 231155 in Accra or 03220 29365 in Kumasi for all your inquiries, or walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choice. You can also visit them at latestfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less, go for quality. Buy Latest Foam, or else you did do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. Okay, they're definitely your partner for life. But from now to the end of October 2026, you know, Bank of Africa is offering you short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. Now, we understand you have urgent needs to sort out. That's why we give you that quick turnaround time, whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much-deserved family vacation. Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp 0244 338 226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner, and your security starts with you. If you don't share it, they can't have it. Shine your eyes. This is a fraud alert by Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks. But let me tell you about the Oya bus ride, you see. Because with the rain that we've been experiencing lately, and today, the Ministry of Interior has warned all of us that there could be, light to moderate rain, and so we should be very careful. Getting to bus stations can be very stressful. Flooded roads, long queues, and the uncertainty of travel can make an already difficult journey even harder. And that's why more travelers are choosing Oya Bus Ride, the app that puts you in control of your intercity travel. With the Oya Bus Ride, you can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind. No station stress, no unnecessary hassle, just convenient travel designed around you. The pilot route currently operates between Accra and Kumasi. And with the Oya app, you can choose the route that best works for you. Download the Oya Bus Ride app today on the Google Play Store or App Store and discover your journey. Discover why your journey should begin on your phone. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go. But Ghana, let's talk water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right, the tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is a champion of water tanks, strong, durable, and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of their 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong and tough. You've probably noticed that lights go off when you least expect, Charlie. It's painful, Kojo. Your plans are interrupted, businesses forced to pause, and homes left in the dark at inconvenient times. Translight Solar is here to help you. With Translight Solar, you enjoy consistent, reliable power every single day, no interruptions, no surprises. Their smart solar solutions are designed to keep your lights on, your appliances running, and your operations moving while helping you cut down electricity costs. They are offering exclusive installation discounts starting at $34,000 with flexible payment options. Call them on 0242-438-746 or 0256-040838 or visit translightsolar.com. Translight Solar, reliable power, total peace of mind. But the football fever is here, and Malcolm is kicking off the biggest shopping event of the season. From now to the 19th of July 2026, every purchase of 800 Ghana cedis or more gives you the chance to score big every week, win amazing prizes including 3 cars, 5 giant 98-inch televisions, 4 Samsung Galaxy Fold 7 smartphones, I want one, 4 Akai SBS refrigerators, 10 LG soundbars, plus 40,000 worth of Malcolm gift vouchers. Shop, score, win. So whether you're buying groceries, electronics, appliances, furniture, fashion, or household essentials, every qualifying purchase brings you closer to victory. Visit any Malcolm store nationwide today, spend 800 or more, and enter the draw. Because at Malcolm, every deal's a goal. Malcolm, where Ghana shops, terms and conditions apply. Stay with us. We'll return after these messages with food for thought, sports, and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
And let me tell you, I'll outline how I feel and I think this government has failed. You see, you come to office, one of the biggest red flag, or everybody knows in the capital, is flood. Every government is aware of that. And that is why immediately you came to office, you formed an anti-flood task force. Why did you form that anti-flood task force? If you didn't have the responsibility to deal with flood, why would you go ahead to form a task force? It means that you acknowledge that it is your responsibility. If not, why did you set up a task force? Now, this task force immediately put bloggers in a vehicle and asked them to go and wait for them whilst they fly in a chopper, landed the chopper, and briefed the bloggers what they have seen, and said big things about how they've been given the mandate, marching orders by the president to ensure that this time we do not see flooding, and that they are going to do all they have to do, led by no mean a person than the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana in charge of operations. It meant that he can command any state resource available to ensure that there is no flooding in the city. Nobody else is responsible for what happened on Monday. It is the government. And I'll tell you more. The anti-flood responsibility, task force responsibility, is to ensure that what happened on Monday did not happen. Not only that, remember that 3 weeks before Monday, another one had happened, that people had died. So first of all, that anti-flood task force failed. Because your job is to your job is to prevent. You would have succeeded if there was no flooding. As long as we have seen flood in such a devastating nature, you failed. Take responsibility. Don't make excuses. It is disrespectful. It is insulting. It is heartbreaking. When you were given a responsibility to answer something and the thing has happened and you want to shift blame. Number 2, the government has managed the crisis and the disaster in the most shambolic manner than we have ever seen. And I'll explain to you, Samson. You see, the flood happened. Remember, there was a flood about 2 or 3 weeks before the Monday one. The one that some building collapsed in Adenta and some people died. That was the first warning. Remember, people died with that one. What did the government do? There was a building that collapsed right here around Caprice. What did the government do? What was the government's response to all of these things? There are 3 or 4 levels of people who are affected by this. And I'll explain to you. The government quickly comes in the middle of the disaster and says that, oh, we are in a chopper, we are looking at how bad the situation is. The next morning, they said we have allocated 350 million for flood relief and flood mitigation. And this is where they are missing the point. Today is Saturday, 5 clear days since the flood happened. I haven't been able to enter my home. My house is empty. Nobody has called me. Nobody has come to me. Nobody has asked me where I sleep, what I eat, what my family is eating, where they sleep. I am just one citizen. Forget about me because I am in the category of people who can find their way around. So put us in a different bracket. Now, for those who cannot find their way around, those who live along the Odo River, those who live at Tiptoe
TN everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. And Franco Trading Enterprise, still phone Papa Petty. We'll bring you the birthday shouts shortly, which means we can bring you the Sports Center, brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And you know the biggest football tournament is here, and DSTV is giving you front row seats to all the action live. It's the FIFA World Cup 2026, and it's that time when everything can wait. Even sleep can wait. Of course, we didn't sleep to watch the Black Stars against Colombia. DSTV, your home of entertainment and high-sense everyday prices for everyday people. Some of my friends said, German, it'd be good to say you sleep. The way the ball pain me. Anyway, sometimes, big moments start with small things, a call to a loved one, a Momo transaction to support family, a bundle to grow your business. But what if they could lead to something bigger than you ever imagined? With MTN at 30 promo, every call, every text, every browse, every Momo transaction, every connection to home fiber, and every activity on the My MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados, over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes, and unforgettable experiences just for you. Because every move counts. Dial *530# or use My MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo, make every move count. Terms and conditions apply. Now, for over 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress, from helping establish Ghana's financial system to building businesses and connecting them to the world. From helping generations grow and protect their wealth to powering innovation and helping communities thrive. Today, we stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. As always, we believe we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good. But Ghana, the World Cup spirit is here, and from Hacho to Kumasi, the rhythm of the game is calling, and Hisense is bringing the stadium heat right to your doorstep. Upgrade your viewing game with with a massive range, from the sleek 32-inch smart TVs to the mind-blowing 116 giant screens. Pair them with powerful Hisense sound system so you can hear every chant and whistle like you're sitting right in the stands. Okay, the Norwegians, when they win, they do their Viking.
So nice. It's so nice. Woo.
Yeah. Now, for more exciting news, Hisense has joined forces with MTN, Ghana, and DSTV to bring you special World Cup packages when you buy selected Hisense models. It's a total win-win for everyone. Visit any authorized Hisense showroom nationwide today and discover these exciting World Cup offers for yourself. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Call them on 0302 55 0000 or visit their website, hisense.com.gh. Time for sports. Mubarak.
Winstonia.
Champion, how are you?
Every day above the ground is a blessing. So yeah,
Langa and
every day above the
philosophy.
ground.
It's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
Yes. So.
I like that. I like that one. It's a good one. Every day above the ground is a blessing.
It's a blessing, exactly.
Even the Black Stars loss is a blessing.
A blessing in disguise. We'll take it like that.
Very well disguised.
Winston, so coming up.
Shoulder up. Holland! Oh, wonderful! He has nailed it for Norway! And Brazil are broken!
Erling Haaland's brace kicks Brazil out of the 2026 World Cup and sends Norway into the quarterfinals for the very first time in their history. Meanwhile, England were made to work hard for their spot in the last 8.
Oh, what a challenge here! And the referee has pointed to the spot. The 10 men of England have a penalty against Raul Rangel. It's England's King Kane who strikes again for the Three Lions. And that will surely seal the deal now.
1-1.
Yeah, so Harry Kane, he scored a decisive goal as the 10-man Three Lions claimed a hard-fought 3-2 win over co-host Mexico. We'll tell you more later, but first.
Luis Suarez, stopped by Menza, collected again by him, and then into the net it goes for a Colombia goal from John Arias.
Well, Ghana's 2026 World Cup campaign ended in a round of 32 after a 1-0 defeat to Colombia in Kansas City on Saturday. John Arias scored the only goal in the 14th minute as the Black Stars bowed out. In the aftermath, head coach Carlos Queiroz released a statement thanking Ghanaians for the opportunity to lead the team at the World Cup, fueling speculation he is stepping down. Here are excerpts of his statement read to you.
Football, like life, teaches us one timeless lesson. You either win or you learn. I live this journey with pride in what we achieved, but also with a healthy dissatisfaction of those who always wanted more. Reaching a higher level should never be the destination. It should be the beginning of even greater ambitions. The future of the Black Stars will not be built only on the pitch. Black Stars' success must start off the field by creating the best possible environment to prepare the team, protect and develop Ghana's extraordinary football talent. To my president and board, thank you so much for the opportunity to serve the Ghana national football team. It was an honor and privilege to serve the country and the Black Stars. To my players and staff, my deepest gratitude for your courage, commitment and unwavering dedication to the team. To the fans, we cannot claim complete sporting satisfaction, but we can proudly say that we have honored the colors of Ghana and restored respect and credibility to the Black Stars on football's greatest stage. Thank you, Ghana. The journey starts now to the future.
Now, speaking after the game, Black Stars captain Jordan Ayew says he wants Queiroz, who was hired for the duration of the World Cup, to be handed a contract extension.
To be honest, he's done a great job, to come in, and it's not easy. I've been in the game for a while now to know that sometimes you need 5 months, 6 months to understand your ways, and he came in and after a month or two, we started implementing what he wanted, he asked us to do, and it worked well at some point, but at some point we fell short, So, like I said, he needs more time. I hope he stays. Is that the feeling among the whole squad? I personally hope he stays because I think, not for me but I just feel like he's the right person to take us to the next level and to the next step.
Ghana captain Jordan Ayew there. Meanwhile, GFA President Ketu Kreko also released a statement saying Ghana will use lessons from the World Cup disappointment to fuel its quest for the next AFCON title.
Our journey ended at the round of 32 of the tournament, and as disappointing as this is for all of us, we are immensely proud of the team for the courage and passion they portrayed in representing the country. Before the start of the 2026 World Cup, many doubted the team's ability to compete at this global stage. Yet the Black Stars responded by qualifying from a difficult group into the round of 32. That resilience should make every Ghanaian and our supporters proud. The technical team and players have learned invaluable lessons from the 2026 World Cup campaign that will make the Black Stars stronger to compete for future laurels. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Ghana for their unwavering support. We also thank the wonderful people of Ghana and our supporters around the world for your faith in the team. The future of Ghana football remains bright. The Football Association is committed to building a stronger, deeper and balanced team that will return to the Africa Cup of Nations, challenge for continental glory and reach even greater heights on the world stage.
Excerpts of the statement released by the FA president, Kurt Okreku. Now, after beating Ghana, Colombia will now face Switzerland in the round of 16 on Tuesday. Moving on, Morocco swept aside Canada by 3-0 in the last 16 on Saturday as Azzedine Ounahi struck twice, ending the co-hosts' historic run and sending the North Africans into the second straight quarter final. France will face Morocco in the quarterfinals after Kylian Mbappe's second half penalty sealed a hard-fought 1-0 win over Paraguay in Philadelphia. Last night, Erling Haaland, he struck twice late as Norway stand 5-time champions Brazil 2-1 in the last 16 clash, sending Norway into the quarterfinals for the first time. Neymar's stoppage time penalty proved only a consolation for Brazil, who had earlier seen Bruno Guimaraes miss from the spot as they failed to reach the quarterfinals for the first time since 1990. We can now hear from the brace hero Erling Haaland.
I don't know. I think it's my speciality to score goals. It's like many other things. I'm just really good at scoring goals, and I'm quite lucky. I don't know what I'm doing, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, so Norway will face England in the quarterfinals as both advanced in dramatic fashion on Sunday. England, they held off Mexico for a 3-2 win despite going down to 10 men with following a brace from Jude Bellingham and of course Harry Kane's penalty as well. Now England head coach Thomas Tuchel labelled the referees as not good enough after the sending off of Jarrell Kwanzaa.
It's just not good enough. Referees are just not good enough. Force officials are just not good enough. That's the bottom line. VAR today, I think did I see that right? That 3 people at the VAR from South America in a match like this. I think so. I saw this before the match. I might be, but if this is what I saw, if this is correct, it's just VAR overturns. Is this a clear and obvious error for the mistake? For the penalty, for sure not. VAR gets involved. He didn't even give the foul. He didn't even overturn a yellow into a red. They overturn a situation where he doesn't even give a foul.
Yeah, England coach there, Thomas Tuchel. At 7 p.m. today, Spain and Portugal will face off in the round of 16. The game will be live on the Joy Prime channel. The United States World Cup campaign took an extraordinary turn on Sunday after FIFA suspended Folarin Balogun's red card ban. The striker has now been cleared for Tuesday morning's last 16 clash with Belgium following reported intervention from US President Donald Trump to FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The decision sparked anger in Belgium and triggered a media storm, shifting attention from football to questions over FIFA's disciplinary process and the influence of political pressure. Goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois said they will be ready to face Balogun.
No, eventually we as a team we always prepare for all the possible strikers. You know, I think eventually he's a very fast striker, obviously a different profile than maybe Pepe, but I think they're all good strikers. Also with Dest that playing on the right wing, Pulisic that can play. They have a lot of quality up front. Eventually for us it doesn't change anything. We'll be ready for the game, for the 11 that will start and other players that come in. So eventually footballers play with a lot of players and we'll be ready for each of them.
Yeah, that's Belgium goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois, and that's your sports. Winstonia, back to you.
Yeah, Mubarak.
Were you? I don't know. Did you expect the Black Stars to really go through to the last 16 before the game?
You know, if the Black Stars had beaten Colombia, I'd be very happy. I would have been very happy. It didn't happen. I would take it like that, but I think an hour or two to the game, I had a feeling it won't win.
Yeah, there was that feeling. I mean,
so I slept.
You didn't watch the game?
No, I didn't watch it. I watched it later, but I slept.
Oh, well, some of us we had to, but yeah, it was.
So the guys who watched, you know, some of my friends who watched, When I spoke with them, they actually said, "Oh, Charlie, it was good you didn't watch." They were so disappointed with the Black Stars. But when I watched the game again, particularly in the second half, I thought we didn't play badly in the second half.
Yeah, but it could have been more. I think the 1-0 scoreline wasn't a true reflection of the game. Colombia could have scored more. Atizigi did so many saves to keep the scoreline respectable, okay. I should say.
Now, let me bring in Uncle White. Don't go here. Let me bring in Uncle White, who's joining us this morning with Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning. You know, Uncle, I always say it too. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, today you're talking about the Black Stars. Oh, that's nice. Okay, Uncle, go ahead.
Here we go again. The Black Stars into a tournament to represent Ghana and fail to sparkle and leave Ghanaians disappointed and heartbroken. And it keeps happening. The script is always the same. The Black Stars struggle to make it to a tournament, wins a match by 1 goal, and raise the hopes of Ghanaians. Ghanaians begin to think that things will be different this time round, that the days of heartbreak are over. Then the team draws another match, and then we all become mathematicians regarding our chances of advancing to the next round. All we need, we say, is another draw, or we need another team to lose so we can go through. This has been the story of our national soccer team, the Black Stars, for some time now. We come back from another tournament in which the Black Stars feel analysis in the media on what really went wrong, what could have been done and what was not done, which players let us down, and so on. Then comes the press conference to explain and identify scapegoats for the failure. Then committees are set up to investigate the causes of the failure. An excellent report is produced that tells us what went wrong, except that those who know that the real issue has not been touched on. The coach is often sacked before the press conference, and the talk in the media continues, but give it a month or so, and everything returns to normal, and it is back to business as usual until the next tournament and the same scenario plays out all over. Meanwhile, the average Ghanaian copes with the disappointment and heartbreak quietly and resolves that he is done with the Black Stars, that he is never ever going to waste his emotions and his support for the team. But he knows, even as he makes the resolution, that he is lying to himself. Whenever Ghana returns from another failed tournament, 2 reports emerge. There is official reports, and then there are the private reports from those who were at the tournament and saw what really happened behind the scenes. But these reports would never come out because those who saw what really happened behind the scenes are often too afraid of being victimized and being cut off to talk. The way I see it, either those who run our soccer are very powerful and untouchable, or Ghana does not have people who are willing to die for her by telling the truth they know. The official reports would accuse some players of failing Ghana and accuse the coach of incompetence. Then unofficial or private reports would talk of mismanagement and powerful people interfering with player selection and disunity in the camp. The private reports will talk about powerful people sacrificing the national interest for their personal gain by forcing the coach to field players they were they are managing to improve those players' chances of getting better contracts. Even when parts of these private reports come out, nobody is held accountable, and those responsible for our disappointment and heartbreak get away with murder once again. But let's forget about the private reports and ask a few questions. How come coaches are sacked after every failure at a tournament, but those who appointed those coaches stay in office?
Good question.
If you consistently appoint incompetent coaches, can you yourself escape the tag of incompetence?
No.
How come it is always the fault of the coach and of the players, but never of those who put the team together and manage the team? But there's another angle to the poor performance of the Black Stars at the 2026 World Cup in particular. It is true that soccer is a game and that anything can happen. But it is also true that statistics don't lie in soccer. Here are the ranks, the FIFA rankings of the 10 teams that were at the World Cup, 2026 World Cup to represent Ghana. The best ranked African team was Morocco, and it was ranked number 7 in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Next was Senegal at number 15, and then Algeria at 28, Egypt at 29, Ivory Coast at 33, Tunisia at 45, DR Congo at 46, South Africa at 60, Cape Verde at 67, and the least ranked among the 10, Ghana at 73, behind Cape Verde. The difference between the best ranked African team, Morocco, and Ghana, the least ranked country, was 66 places. And now, here's Morocco going through to the next round, the round of 16, and we, ranked 73, are out. Statistics does not lie, even though upsets can happen in soccer. We love to call Ghana a soccer nation, but there is very little evidence of that in terms of our facilities, our programs to unearth talents and nurture and groom those talents in Ghana. The quality of our local league and the results of our national team leave so much to be desired. I fear we have been deceiving ourselves about the Black Stars and about Ghana being a soccer nation. But if we believe we are truly a soccer nation, then it is time we put our money and our attention where our boast is. On the strength of the current evidence and reality, the glory days of the Black Stars ended at South Africa 2010, 16 years ago. We need to face that before we can motivate ourselves to do something about it. Ghana abounds in talent, but talents will not discover themselves nor nurture themselves. It is time Ghana, as a nation, showed evidence that we take our soccer seriously and spare Ghanaians further heartbreak. If we are not prepared to do that, or if we are incapable of doing that, then let us just become a nation that watches other nations shine, whilst we talk of our good old days of being the first country to win the African Cup of Nations 4 times. And I would say, that's my presentation this morning.
You know, the bit about being the first African country to win it 4 times. Well, if 4 was the record, then you would say you were the first. But now it's 7. Others have won it 5 times, so you can no longer boast. You know. And
Winston. That's why we say the first.
Oh, but
they may win it. They may win it 10 times, but we won it 4 times before they woke up.
My point is that, Uncle. My point is that, you know, in the past, when Egypt won it 4 times,
Yes.
We said we were the first country to win it 4 times.
Yeah, to do so.
Yes, because then Egypt had joined us. Now, Egypt has won it 7 times. Cameroon had not won a single AFCON when we won it 4 times. When we won the 4th time. They've now won it 5 times.
Yes.
Oh, you know, they say that a man who always has to go into his past to remind you of who he is only telling you of his failure.
Yeah, he has lost it. He has lost it.
And
He has lost
that's what we do. So today we're talking...
And the FIFA rankings attest to that.
Yes, we're not doing well. We're not doing
No, we are not. We are not.
Well,
we are not. Unfortunately, we have the entitlement mentality that as soon as the Black Stars make it to a tournament, we will do well.
In fact,
the evidence on the ground
doesn't support it. Well, thank you very much, Uncle White. This is food for thought. But of course, trust that after the next tournament, you'd have to share this with us again. There's something.
I'm hoping something will change.
There's something about football people I don't understand, and I am happy I do not understand. Because football people. Uncle,
yes.
Enjoy the rest of your week. And that's Uncle White joining us with Food for Thought here on the Super Morning Show. Time now for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. The Bank of Ghana injected more than $2 billion into the foreign exchange market in June to support the stability of the cedi. Meanwhile, government has resettled about $700 million in Eurobond obligations ahead of schedule. Payment made on Thursday included $525.2 million in principal repayments and $174.8 million in interest. In the banking sector, lenders say they are prepared to review loan repayment terms for businesses affected by the recent floods to help ease the financial impact of the disaster. And on the international market, oil prices have fallen as energy shipments to the Strait of Hormuz continues uninterrupted, with OPEC Plus signaling higher output, raising concerns over a possible supply glut. Brent crude has slipped below $72 a barrel. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, now they're into the sale of ultra silent, fuel efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you will enjoy a 5-year warranty. They undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tower lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They have 21 branches nationwide. They are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator expert. But let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Number 10, liver salt, a refreshing relief, and Carbol coffee with you every moment. But, we're asking a simple question. The Black Stars out of the World Cup now. There are conversations about the coach. He's issued a statement that says that is thanking Ghanaians. You say he's resigned. The FA seems to be giving us a different, vibe. But where do we go from here? The Ghana Black Stars, okay? Share your thoughts with us on Twitter. On X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997. But you know how money really moves in Ghana? Well, at EcoBank, we know it doesn't move only on payday. It moves every day, connecting Ghanaians with their families, communities, and businesses. Is airtime sent to a sister, transport money for daddy, support for a cousin's education, contribution towards family funeral, and a helping hand when it matters most. In Ghana, Money is more than a transaction. It's people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. That's why there's EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connect people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. Pay bills, transfer money, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app, USSD *770# EcoBank, online and EcoBank ATMs nationwide. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. But of course, on big stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Awake Natural Mineral Water, one for life. Our focus is on the performance of the Black Stars and also government's plan to deal with flooding in Accra. But travelers, the days of switching off your data when you travel are over, because Telecel World Plus roaming bundles give you unmatched value and the best rates across up to 100 countries, including every country in Africa. No more landing in a new country and worrying about how to order a ride, find your hotel, navigate a new city, or stay in touch with family and friends. No more hunting for local SIM cards. No more fear of expensive roaming charges. With rates from just 0.09 pesos per megabyte and incredible, value on voice and data, Telecel World Plus roaming bundles keep you connected from the moment you land. Whether you're traveling for business, on holiday, or following the excitement of the World Cup, you can stay connected with confidence wherever you go. So relax. Don't worry about roaming costs. Just do you. Dial *5959# or activate your bundle on Telecel Play app today. Telecel, connecting energies. Okay, so just make sure that whenever you travel, you use Telecel. But it's 2026, and if you're still doing the banking hall thing, do yourself a favor. Download the CalBank app today and experience simplified banking. Let's be honest, nobody has time for queues anymore, and the CalBank app does it all. Send money in seconds, pay bills, buy airtime, all in one place right from your phone. It's fast, it's safe, and it fits perfectly into your day without any stress. Just download the CalBank app and you see what I mean. CalBank, forward together. But every day your body needs clean, refreshing water, and Awake is carefully produced to keep you refreshed and hydrated, purified, refreshing, and purpose-driven. Through our One for Life campaign, we support people living with various cardiovascular diseases, where every bottle you drink, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center, Kolebu. Drink water, drink Awake, proudly produced by Kasapreku PLC. Awake purified drinking water, One for Life. Drink water, drink Awake. Available nationwide, and this is FDA approved. But do you know that SNIT pensioners can now engage a qualified healthcare professional from the comfort of their homes? SNIT, in partnership with Trust Hospital and the National Health Insurance Authority, has introduced the SNIT telehealth service to provide convenient access to healthcare for pensioners. With this service, pensioners can consult a doctor or healthcare professional remotely for medical advice, routine health concerns, and follow-up care without the stress of traveling to a hospital. To access the service, simply dial the toll-free number 0800 877 5555 and speak to a qualified healthcare professional now. Take advantage of this innovative service designed to support your health and well-being. SNIT telehealth service, quality healthcare at your convenience. Now, I'll return after these messages. Our friend from the Ghana Tourism Foundation are joining us here on the Super Morning Show for a very important conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
Yo, Charlie, Telecel Fixed Broadband upgrade. You get up to 40% more data on the same old bundles. Best part, the bundles don't expire.
That's how we like it in the town.
Yeah, from on-cap speeds to fixed line calls and flexible data moves that allows you to move data up to 4 devices. Telecel offers an unmatched band for fixed broadband solutions for every need.
Telecel Fixed Broadband has got you.
For your home or business, experience the true broadband difference with up to 40% more data on Telecel Fixed Broadband at the same price. Move your non-expiry data to up to 4 devices. Get free fixed line calls and more tailored fixed broadband solutions for your home or business. Subscribe at www.telecel.com or download the Telecel Play app or visit a Telecel retail shop today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
So the essence of my praise is centered on your grace.
My name is Diana Hamilton, VGMA Artist of the Year 2021 and Brand Ambassador of Awake Purified Drinking Water.
Those who live at Circle that cannot find places to sleep since Monday, have you heard the government open up the sports stadium, set up a dome, giving them blankets and mattresses, and tell them that come and sleep here whilst we find ways and means to release the 350 million. So again, even in the process of the disaster, the management has been very poor. People have not been prioritized. People have not been prioritized because what a government that cares about its people does is that immediately the floods happened. I should know that for those of you who have been affected by the rain on Monday night, where are you sleeping? What are you eating? What are you wearing? Not a single one has been done. Not even one. Then I ask myself, 6 days after the flood, I have heard in the news that there's a 350 million allocation for flood relief for those who have been affected. I know not where I'm supposed to go and write my name. I know not where I'm supposed to follow up on this 350 million. It's been 6 days. I will die before the processes or whatever you are going to do happen. And that is just me. As at last night, human bodies were still being dragged from the Odo River. We do not even know the actual count of people who have died. The number of young people who sleep on the streets that have been washed away by this rain are not counted because nobody is even looking for them. Nobody knows them. Nobody is asking of them. Because for these people, it is only when they wake up in the morning that they see their bodies and talk.
President Mahama has an opportunity to redeem himself from 2015 now. You understand? If he does the right things now, and we know the things that have to be done, leadership is about taking those hard decisions and ensuring that it doesn't matter the few people who are, upset by those decisions. Once the greater good is done, that is important.
The point is that you should not be taking those hard decisions after, these devastations have happened. They're avoidable.
They are avoidable. They have happened. But where do we go from now? You understand? So that because rains will come again, they will come, it's not going to stop. This is a country where even if it is not 140 millimeter and it is even 10 millimeters, some people will be affected and some places will be flooded. So we must take the decisions and the hard decisions that will affect 10 millimeters of rain or even 2 millimeters of rain and 140 millimeters of rain. Those are the hard decisions. And we should not be sidetracked by the politics of it. You understand? At all. Because once we get sidetracked with the politics of it, those hard decisions will be difficult to take. And so if some people want to engage in the politics, yeah, that's fine. It is for the government and the state to now focus and say, it is not about talking. It's about doing. What are the things that ought to be done? And it doesn't matter whose ox is God, because if it is going to save people, then it doesn't matter. And I think that is the way that we should go. I think most Ghanaians are tired of the speeches. This person has said this and this person has said this. But we want to see concrete things that affect our lives and concrete things that we can see that will inure to our benefit in the future. So as for the talk and whatever, we are just so tired of it. We're just so tired of it.
I said to you that no nation has ever developed through indiscipline. No nation. Nations have developed by being disciplined. And this discipline must come voluntarily. But that's not what we see. Do you remember President Kojo and the Agbogloshi market? Agbogloshi is a low-lying area. That's the sponge. That's the wetland. When all the waters come from the Akwapin Ridge and other areas, initially, that was where the water was going to pond and gradually make its way into the sea. We went, settled on it, blocked the water. All those people there, they are parents. Before went to the World Bank, took money and said, we're going to resettle them at Ajinkotoku. Politics entered the way. And they're still there. So we need to reimagine.
Say leadership failed, not politics entered the way. And as we speak, we're talking about places that have been flooded, where the chunk of the politicians, you have your homes there, right? Places that you shouldn't have built, you have built. Why? Don't we know about places, Ramsar sites, that were willed to people and their descendants?
You have invited me to comment on Ramsar site when I was Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. With Buvulati. I mean, because Ramsar site is a protected site, for God's sake. No person can have title to land over there. No person. It's protected under international conventions. Protected for our own benefit.
And yet, people went and erected concrete structures.
People, including
people in
political
power.
class.
Yeah. People in power. But it's because those in power go there first. The ordinary man is now emboldened to also go. Because his insurance is the politician who has
the fish rots from the head.
Exactly. Talk about the agri mechanization area. What has happened? What has happened?
Talk about Chimota Forest.
What has happened?
Built forever.
The green belt. Susan talked about the green belt. Every day I'm exercising on the Eburi. You will not fail to realize how we dissipate the resources of this country. When you come down Eburi, flat land.
The data points to some cycles of event, and it's like a 10-year cycle. So if we go back to 1990, we take it from 1990 up to 2026. Like every 10 years, we experience some volume of rainfall on this scale every 10 years. So it's a cycle. So the predictability from a risk management point of view is there. So from 1990 through to 2026, July 3rd, 243.9 mm in an hour. June 3rd, 182.8 mm. June 9th, 182.5 mm. Then 2026, June 29th, 169.2 mm. So almost every 10 years, some event of this nature is happening. So the predictability is there. So our level of preparedness and how we dealt with the situation shouldn't have been what it is. So this one, I'm not even being scientific. I'm not talking about early warning systems. I'm just looking at pure data for those who plan for these things to have worked.
Messages about your bank account, because fraudsters create fake websites that look exactly like your bank's, same logo, same color, same design. They may send you a link asking you to verify your details or risk losing access to your account. Once you enter your information, they can take control of your account. And so before you click, check the link carefully. Some fake links may appear genuine at first, but contain slight differences as extra letters, missing letters, or numbers replacing words. Others may use long, confusing web addresses or shortened links that hide the real website. Never click suspicious links. Instead, quickly visit your bank's official website for information or contact the bank directly using its official phone numbers. Shine your eyes, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. And this is brought to you by the Ghana Association of Banks.
You make me wanna rearrange the alphabets so I could put you next to letter I. Take my heart, baby, carry go. If you leave me, baby, I go die. Netunda sunni sisi kete kete. O camera footage clean, I know you're risi. Nisi mujira smile siri. Open it once a minute, no chili. Hey, baby, me brownie, yeah. Golden tree chocolate, yeah. Me tratoli, yeah. Each and every day, yeah. My own. That time of the chase, and then no money they go. My own. See my heart back, push it up, and they grind for my kenge. My own. Like the air, and the feeling for everywhere I go. My own. See the money, baby, come chop on for me. Oh. And they've been saying, Ghana, what's up in here? What's up in here? Although my lonely brand, I bet chat to me, yeah. Chat to me, girl, yeah. Wait time make I carry you. Champagne and I was the Malibu, hey. And the dinner I eat it just for two. Me do now do me baby, yeah. My own. That time of the chase and then no money they go. My own. See my heart back push it up and they grind for my kenge. My own. Like the air and the feeling for kitty kitty. Okabro footy clean, I know you're rissy. Nisi mujira smile, siri. Open it once, I'm in no chili. Me baby ni brownie, yeah. Golden tree chocolate, yeah. Me chatoli, yeah. Each and every day, me a baby, my own. That time on the
Now let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7. If you can join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997. Okay, I'm sure you watched the Black Stars play. Very early Saturday morning, 1:30 a.m. What's your assessment of their performance and what's the way forward? Okay, there are many of you who think that the coach Carlos Queiroz should be maintained. The captain of the Black Stars, Jordan Ayew, thinks same. But talking about the captain himself, I'm sure you can have your take on the captain. Whether you like his performance or you say, like his brother, we should also bid him farewell and allow him to retire from the Black Stars. But before we get into that conversation, I told you that our friends from the Ghana Tourism Federation, who in partnership with the US-based Wisdom Table Global, is hosting a high-level trade and investment mission aimed at connecting American investors with Ghanaian businesses. And this morning, we've been joined by Seth Okran, who is president, Ghana Tourism Federation. Tiki Favroth is founder and CEO of the Wisdom Table Global, and Dr. Cheryl Williamson is CEO of the Williamson Media Group. Good morning, and thank you all of you for making time to join us this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
I believe you're all doing well.
Yes,
very
absolutely.
well.
Seth, were you able to watch the Black Stars game?
I did.
Oh, what's the about?
I did. And I was telling my kids, we watched it together, and I said...
Oh, you kept them awake up to that time?
Yes, because we did well against England, so the momentum was there that, as for Colombia, we're going to beat them.
Really?
And I said we should be very careful because I'm treading very cautiously what Ghana can do. And I wasn't surprised we lost to Colombia. So I think we could have done better than what, in terms of performance. We could have even lost the match all right, but I didn't see them giving their all. It's like, anyway, this is where we are, So.
As for performance is like Alaji Gruza says, the one who wins the game performs well. You see, so if you win, you perform. And there's a level to which haram football can go. If you are playing ultra defensive, well, that's what you get. But let's get into our discussion this morning and help us understand, what the Wisdom Table Global is and the relationship with the Ghana Tourism Federation.
Thank you very much. My name is Seth Okran, President, Ghana Tourism Federation. Tourism permeates every sector of our life. I say it's a way of living. So as Ghana Tourism Federation, who is the umbrella body of all tourism trade associations in Ghana, we find it necessary to not only focusing on the hotel, restaurants, sightseeing and all that, but if we've gotten people to invest in our economy, that stimulates the economy and it enhances spending powers and all that. So our relationship with Wisdom Table, as they were here, to visit Ghana, to sightsee Ghana, but they saw opportunities. I mean, they were here this year, February, and saw a lot of opportunities that, their founder, CEO, Tiki said, we're going to come back to Ghana. And here we are, they are here in Ghana, and this time to business network, matchmaking and all that. So tourism, like I said earlier, is a way of life. We cut across because our members, like the hotel, use agro-business, food processing and all that. The restaurant, the same thing. Every sector of the economy will thrive if we focus on tourism. It feed from there. So that is my initial comment on.
Okay, let me just bring in Tiki because you were here in February and decided to come back. I am interested in why you came back.
Yes. So first of all, thank you for inviting us to be here, part of the show today. And so why am I back? First, it has to start with why we're here. Last year in 2025, God gave me this vision about helping bring the diaspora back specifically for business. And talking to Dr. Cheryl and Seth, it created an opportunity for us to come here. And so in February, we did touring. We met with organizations. We met with Free Trade Zone. And so we found out that this is really a land of opportunity in the sense that we can bring our wisdom, our talent, our knowledge, our investment. And so what better country to start with the expansion of what we want to do is here in Ghana.
That's nice. But help us understand, okay, the sectors that are of interest to investors under the Wisdom Table Global Initiative.
Thank you for that. I'm actually joined by two of the companies that are here today, MLBest Consulting and Trident Consulting. So we're looking for everything as far as financial, human capital, agribusiness, real estate, consulting, retail. There's so many different aspects of business here. You know, I think about leadership and all of those components. So for us, business is bigger than just the object or the thing. It's the opportunity to drive impact and value in the country as well as abroad.
And talking about business, talking about opportunities and investment, what's the Wisdom Table Global's own understanding of what constitutes good investment opportunities, and why should Ghanaian investors turn up for your event?
I'm going to actually have my mentor, Dr. Cheryl, join me in this. You've been here several times. You've been here speaking and teaching and leading. Give us some of your thoughts, and then I can add to that.
Absolutely. So I think it's very important for us to be here from the perspective of what we have to offer. Myself with Williamson Media Group, I come from a perspective of mindset. So I realized that through working with the Wisdom Table and companies here, if we start with mindset and how we come together to work and change things from a perspective of understanding and knowledge and how we are better together. When we bring these corporations together with mindset first, it's critical, because if you think that you can do something, then you can. And so as a part of the Wisdom Table, bringing the companies together and us figuring out what does it actually look like to work together. And we know that working together is going to start with trust. So this first initial visit is about building trust, because you cannot work with someone that you do not trust. So by us coming here today, it is us saying yes to take the initiative to come from the United States to join in partnerships with businesses for us to learn together, to grow together, to build legacy, to leave something in the earth that is better than ourselves. And that's a part of why we're here.
Okay, so Seth, when is the event and where is it happening?
The event is happening this morning at Accra City Hotel.
Okay.
The networking starts at 9 o'clock and the opening ceremony starts between 10 and 11 o'clock, after which the B2B, the business matchmaking, start throughout the day at Accra City Hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm interested in the matchmaking. Okay, you call it matchmaking. I like that. I like how you craft it. So, after the matchmaking with Ghanaian investors, Ghanaian businesses, then what happens?
All the possibility. So what happens next? We find commonality and synergy. We find that both of our yeses and what we want to do together, and we begin to build a long-term relationship that leads to business growth, mentorship, coaching, development, investing. And so as we were here just talking about our investment thesis, and again, the two companies that joined me here, it's really about coming to make impact now, tomorrow, and the future. I think that's what's next. Your thoughts?
I absolutely agree with everything that you said. And from a next perspective, everything has to be weighted out to make sure that it's going to be a mutually beneficial partnership. And as we were waiting in the lobby, I heard you speak about it's more than just money. And so it is, when we go at it from that perspective, it is more than just money, because there are businesses here that have been in business that may not know how to scale. That's where we come in. The scaling, the human capital, the teaching about the marketing, the branding, etc. And I love when you say relationship, because when we focus on building relationships here in Ghana, it goes beyond transaction. Transactions are limited, but when you build relationships with the companies here, it transcends everything beyond just the transaction.
Absolutely.
Great. Seth, so which persons can attend this event? I'm sure there's people listening to us right now and they're asking, do I qualify? Do I not? Who can attend?
It is by invitation.
Okay.
And there are already businesses, Ghanaian businesses, that are even engaging online before they arrive here on Sunday. So the conversation have started already, and there are a couple of businesses that we have shortlisted, do background check, and they will be attending the matchmaking.
Okay.
And let me quickly add this. This group is women and women-led group. And Ghana Tourism Federation have one of our flagship projects, which we call it Uplifting Women in Tourism, Remodeling of Chop Bars. Fit perfectly. Because in there, we are talking about cashless transaction. When you go to the chop bar, you can just scan and make payment. And we are talking about biogas, agro-business, so it fits perfectly to their coming here. So, yes, we are ready and hit the ground running.
I'm happy that you are ready and you are hitting the ground running. It's a Monday morning, but this is your chopper experience. Anyway, just got me thinking about where I had some fufu on Thursday, but that's okay. Tiki, so finally, anything you want to say?
Yes, finally, I want to thank Seth and Dr. Cheryl and the companies that's here. As I mentioned, Trident Consulting, ML Best. There's 10 other companies that have come with us to take this leap of faith. I just ask that the country, that the businesses, that we just work together to do something different in the earth, and that, God just watch us as we move forward.
Anything you want to say finally, Dr. Williamson?
Yes, I first want to thank Joy for having us here. Mr. Okran, thank you for making it happen. I look forward to us working and partnering with the businesses that will come out. And I pray that as a result of us working with the businesses, that we set up a philanthropic arm to this, so that we're able to give back to the schools and the various communities that need us to step in and step out beyond just being businesses, but tie philanthropy to every single aspect of everything that we do here, so that the citizens of Ghana that do not have businesses can take advantage of the philanthropy that we're able to provide through the partnerships.
Finally, Seth?
I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Ghana Tourism Federation, the Executive Council, the Governing Council for the support. All this initiative, I can't do it by myself. The support I enjoy from them. And I believe tourism is a way of life. Tourism is a way to go. Even though sometimes when you say tourism, people look at it as sightseeing and entertainment, and it goes beyond that. And that is exactly what we are seeing here this morning. So I'm happy. And Tiki, thank you for coming back and the confidence you have in Ghana. Dr. Cheryl, we really appreciate you coming here, and I'm looking forward to a great week.
Thank you.
As we continue tomorrow from Ghana Investment Trade Week.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much, Seth Okran, who's President, Ghana Tourism Federation, Tiki Favroth, who's founder and CEO of the Wisdom Table Global, and Dr. Cheryl Williamson, CEO of the Williamson Media Group. Still right here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Stay with us. When we return, it's the Black Stars.
Mix. Young guy, I'm feeling it soda. Young guy, I'm living in coma. I'm feeling high, I'm feeling it soda.
Electric energy. Electric energy. Electric energy.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white where it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go.
That in itself failed.
In the past, our philosophy for drainage design was, look, let's get all the water that comes to quickly leave the system. So a certain conveyance system was put in place, certain sizes of drains, the whole network. The idea is that once it rains, quickly, we must move. But you see, the time we were doing those kind of designs, the environment had a certain natural ability to support us. Rainfalls in certain areas, it infiltrates. In certain areas, it ponds. In certain areas, by the time it meanders and gets to where the urban development is, it has slowed down and things like that. Over the years, the impact of urbanization is such that we have compromised nature's ability to help us. So moving forward, and this is not just for Ghana, but internationally, the movement is that now let us manage our urban storm waters in such a way that the water is held for some time somewhere. It is delayed, before it moves. So now we're saying that let us go back to nature. So you see that we start talking about things like nature-based solutions.
Nature-based solutions.
The wetlands that we have taken away, we have to now start recreating. That one, there are no two ways about it.
An excavator works to retrieve vehicles from the bottom of the Alajo drain as devastated owners watch on in despair. Bernard Amoah stands at the center of the painful aftermath.
Our own is 7.
7 vehicles?
Space. 7, but we don't know. But now we see the MP is here. So he said he will remove all the cars.
He works at an auto mechanic shop that has lost at least 7 vehicles after Monday's devastating floods.
The one we cannot maintain it, we will talk to the owner, then we see what we will do. So if you can repair it, then you continue from it. If you can, you give it to the scribes. Because it has been in the water about this 5 days from now, from Monday to now. So it's 5 days, Monday, Friday is Friday. So it's 5 days. I don't think we can work on it. Maybe let's pray. Then we see what we do.
Cars that once represented value and livelihood now lie mangled and beyond quick repair. Bernard is not alone. There are many standing beside the drain hoping for a miracle.
In terms of the flooding, I see the waterways. We must clear the waterways beside the drains. And you see, like this place, like this, we should put some iron so that it will guide this thing. So that when there is a disaster, maybe at least the metals will guide it. Not everything will go inside.
Member of Parliament for Iwaso Central, Tubaso Abdul Rauf, says about 25 vehicles were swept into the drain.
Running against time to ensure that we don't face a cholera outbreak or something like that. So currently we are doing our possible best to clear the electoral areas to ensure that we don't end up having some outbreak of any kind of sickness. But as we speak right now, the vehicle here is helping us remove all the vehicles that are stuck in the Odona River. Currently we are looking at we've counted about close to 22 to 25 vehicles that are still in the river. We are trying to get them out.
While efforts to provide relief items to victims continue, Tubazu appealed for support as the municipality is overwhelmed.
To be honest, we are overwhelmed. Look, everybody is touched. Drinking water, people don't even have water. Food, everything has been destroyed. So I want to take this opportunity to call on anybody who can assist us, who can, whatever you have, clothes, old clothes, if you can, support the municipal. Well, you can bring the items over to the municipal assembly, then we can come and distribute it.
According to government, Monday's flooding displaced close to 8,000 households, displacing about 38,000 people, with death toll standing at 34. Reporting for Joy News, I am Collins Frimpong, Accra.
The opportunity to see our clients at all. Indeed, we were told flatly that they don't allow lawyers to see their clients on weekends, and that's quite perplexing. I'm surprised. If a person is arrested, say on Friday night or Saturday, he will be in without access to counsel. I mean, that's the republic in which we live now. And indeed, he's been picked up for no reason. As far as someone said, he's just been banded off into custody for no reason whatsoever. He's been given the right to leave the country, to travel to the country for a few days by a court of competent jurisdiction. The Deputy Attorney General himself was in court and argued, and this colleague of mine argued that day. And if indeed he had any objection to the order granted, he only had to appeal. Well, he had to resort to this surreptitious means of preventing from traveling. I think that this is totally unwarranted and unnecessary. There's no order of any court of competent jurisdiction preventing from accessing his account. The only order that they had was procured over a year ago before the discontinuance of the earlier prosecution. And we have a court ruling, a ruling of the High Court at Denta about 3 weeks ago to the effect that that order has lapsed, and that if the Attorney General indeed desires to come for a fresh freezing order, he has to apply to the court. He has not done so. There is no order of any court preventing from accessing his funds. Be that as it may, he has not accessed any funds at all. He should produce to the public, to the whole Ghanaian Republic, for us to see the manner in which he claims Hanan attempted to withdraw any money from the account.
After several months of surveillance, the Food and Drugs Authority received intelligence that 3 entertainment spots in Nungwa were allegedly involved in the sale of illicit drugs. Acting on the tip-off, a joint enforcement team made up of the FDA, the Criminal Investigations Department, and the Ghana Police Service conducted a swoop in the area. On arrival at Space Bar, staff initially resisted attempts by the team to inspect the premises. However, after further engagement, the officers gained access and conducted a search. They discovered nitrous oxide gas canisters and unregistered shisha products at the club. Similar items were also found at 2 nearby entertainment spots, Liquid Zero Pub and Italian Boy Lounge. The seized items were confiscated, the clubs were temporarily closed, and the suspects were taken to the Tema Community 2 police station to assist with investigations. A member of the FDA's Tobacco and Tobacco Products Department, Nana Kwame Date, explains the operation.
We call this a soup, of illicit products. We had an intel prior to this. We've had surveillances, intelligence, and we got to know that all these 3 pubs are selling some illicit products like nitrous oxide, which is usually called laughing gas, and also we got to know that they are selling unregistered product shisha, and also benylin mixed with codeine. So that's why we came to raid today. We picked up 2 people each from the 3 facilities, so 6. As of now, there will be a further regulatory action to be communicated to them.
The FDA has reiterated its commitment to sustained enforcement, insisting that the raid will continue until illicit substances are completely off the market.
They are not resting. We'll come after them one by one, and we'll make sure that we raid every product, illicit product of the market.
It was the period that the Ghana Black Stars were going to show the world that we still have what it takes to play football. And the country termed as the Brazil of Africa was going to do the magic. And then this happened.
Luis Suarez, stopped by Mensa, collected again by him, and then into the net it goes for a Colombia goal from John Arias. And Kansas City erupts. Impeccable timing from John Arias. Robert Mensah, goalkeeper number 1. The boy, Yensulo Biala. The boy, Yensulo Biala. The boy, Yensulo Biala. The boy, Yensulo Biala. Yeita, Mubi up on the Bats in the Samia. Yachaga, Mubi up on the Bats in the Samia. Yeita, Mubi up on the Bats in the Samia. Yachaga.
So where was the fire on the day?
It was doused by Colombia.
Oh, no.
You know, I don't even know where. Look, when the tournament began, right, the first game that we actually ended up winning, I couldn't help but think it was a bit of a fluke. Because throughout the game, I struggled to see what the strategy was. It didn't seem as if we had one. But by the end of it, we had won. We knocked one in at the last minute and we had emerged victorious. And suddenly, hope started to grow. The second game was phenomenal because of all the expectations against us. And for the first time, we saw an actual strategy being implemented. The low block was beautiful. And I must commend the team because for that second game, to be perfectly honest, even if they had made one mistake, we would have lost that game. So they must have executed the strategy perfectly for us to have come back with that, result. In fact, we almost beat them. That second game was a triumph. The third game was much more like the Black Stars. An absolute disjointment, if that's a word, of strategy. Like you can't tell what we are doing. That is the Black Stars that I had become used to over the years with Otoado. That was the Black Stars I had become used to, where you can't tell what we are doing. Probably because we, the team, don't know what we are doing. And it showed, right? The result was a direct reflection of the abject lack of strategy. So at that point, I started to think, Croatia really exposed us. But for some reason, going into this game against Colombia, suddenly hope sprung eternal in all of us. We all expected, we even thought that the one player who was yet to show his value in this team, the captain, Jordan Ayew, we thought for once he was going to actually do something. He was going to actually be there for a cross and make it a goal. He was actually going to do the one thing that he's supposed to do, which is be the striker. But Odedofum Dema till the end of the game.
Oh, are you saying that Ghana's distinguished captain, Jordan Ayew, cost the team?
I believe he did. And you see, the stats don't lie. Throughout the World Cup, we never scored while Jordan Ayew was playing.
Oh.
Ever. Not once. Not once. Every time it took his being benched for us to score. Now, I've got to tell you, I mean, the Ayews, I grew up idolizing Abedi Pele. Dede was fantastic to watch. I think he still is sometimes when he gets occasional bursts of energy. But this particular Jordan Ayew era, I don't understand. I don't understand what is going on with Jordan. The coach seems to understand it, but it's not translating. Whatever he sees, we don't see. And I know I'm not the only Ghanaian who feels like, of all the players on the pitch, the one person whose potential was hidden the most was Jordan, whose abilities took the longest to come to the fore was Jordan. Players like Sibo and the young man who got injured, Senaya. I mean, these guys, they you could tell that they were rising to the occasion. Yirinchi up front, whenever he was, whenever he was fielded, they showed their potential and their promise. But there was this lack of strategy. I couldn't see what we were doing.
Oh, you didn't see the strategy you saw against England in the Colombia game?
If you ask me what formation we were playing, I don't 4-1-9.
No, it can't be 4-1-9. You don't have that, that number. You don't have
that
many players.
I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it.
Were you not playing a 4-1-4-1?
Close enough.
More like a back four. Then you have Partey. Then you have Caleb Yirinchi. You have Kwesi Sibo. Then you have Semenyo Iñaki on the wings, and then Champion Jordan.
Semenyo on the wings. That's another decision that I started to wonder about, especially when Jordan kept failing in the box. I kept wondering, because Semenyo at his club, he's actually replacing Haaland. Haaland is worried about Semenyo at Man City because he's become more of a striker, and he took to it like a duck to water.
Well,
so quickly.
He can actually play as your striker, but mostly he plays on the wings.
But in the abject failure of Jordan Ayew up front, the coach should have considered a swap.
Oh.
I mean, he's quicker, so at least he would have reached some of these crosses that you could see Jordan Ayew limping towards with the Zimmer frame while the ball just zoomed past. He was just not fast enough to get to them and convert them.
I remember, don't do that to Jordan. You see, I have told you before that Jordan Ayew has played for relegation-threatened teams all his life.
It's unfortunate.
And relegation-threatened teams, they play this way. You hold on to the ball, okay? Get a set piece. They float it into the penalty box. Wonsum, go. That's
If it works, they wouldn't be relegation threatened.
Yeah.
if that strategy works, they wouldn't be relegation threatened.
So that's how Jordan plays. I mean, he played for Aston Villa, he played for Crystal Palace, played for Leicester, played for Swansea at some point. That's how they play.
Look, on the field, he looked older than Cristiano Ronaldo. He moved like the river was named after him, not the other way around.
Hold on a second, let's get onto the phone lines, because we've been joined by Coach Christopher Nimley to give us the technical assessment of the performance of the Black Stars. Mumo? So on Saturday, we were expecting the Black Stars, led by Jordan Ayew, coached by Carlos Queiroz, to beat Colombia and qualify Ghana into the round of 16. That did not happen. The coach has told us how Senaya's injury affected our structure. It led to the goal. We never were able to come back. What is your assessment of the performance of the Black Stars from a technical point of view?
All right, my brother, good morning to your discerning listeners, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my view on this matter. Like you rightly said, we were expectant. As a country, we believed that the Colombian team, yes, they have a very good team, but on the day of the Black Stars, once we show up, we should be able to compete with anybody in the world. And that starts from the selection of the coach and the system to be deployed. For me, I was shocked when I saw the team sheet, because no coach worth its salt would bench Benjamin Asari on that day. When you talk, people say Lawrence Ati has a better footwork than Benjamin Asari. On the day, how did the footworks of Lawrence Ati solve our problem? This team has been built in such a way that our structure at the back will not allow us to pass the ball from our back. Our ball, we don't have ball-playing defenders. You look at Lucasen, you look at Jerome, at the slightest pressure from the opponent, they go long. Bim, bam, boom, away. That is what they do. Compare it to other teams. When their goalkeeper has the ball and he gives it to the center back, they are able to play. So I was telling people that, look, the team itself is not carved in that manner. So forget about the footwork of Lawrence Atizigi and play the goalkeeper who has distinguished himself. Don't get me wrong. Ati in that first game against Panama, first half, was absolutely brilliant. One of the excellent performances I have seen from my own boy. He's my boy. I nurtured him. But we are talking about Ghana and we are looking at the bigger picture. I'm not selfish. I will not say because I am the one who trained Lawrence Ati and gave him the opportunity for him to excel, you should put him in. If Ghana is at stake, I don't do my things like that. So again, I repeat, I was shocked when I saw that Benjamin Asari had been dropped. And I was asking myself, who are those doing that? Who are those taking these decisions? Benjamin Asari has established a chemistry with the back line. Until the tournament, Ati himself has only played one game with the back four. The Benjamin has gone on, he's played 2.5 games with the back four. And we all saw that he has a better chemistry with them. It is no coincidence that when Benjamin Asari is in goal, we don't see the Black Stars being bombarded incessantly. We don't see the opponent creating chances upon chances in our back zone or in our D, because he's a better organizer. When it comes to shot stopping, the two goalkeepers are excellent at doing that. So you look beyond that. If this team had been carved in a way that meant that we could build from the back, I will put Lawrence Ati as my number one. But because we didn't have ball-playing defenders, there was no need to insist that because Ati has a better footwork than Benjamin should be benched after the performances he put up against Panama, against England, and against Croatia. That was shocking to me. Point number 2. The coaching was so... Look, the man let us down so much so well that some of us were shocked. Why drop Jonas Ajete for Lucasen? I mean, who brought Lucasen into the picture? The performances that Ajete put up against Panama and against England was enough to guarantee him a starting position throughout the tournament. You would tell me that Ajete gave the ball away against Croatia when we consider that first goal. That is an anomaly you could fix as a coach. Because like I said, in that case, he was trying to pass the ball from the D or from the back. It got intercepted. We had a wrong defensive shape, and we paid the price for it. Agree. But in terms of the proper defending, Ajete is a better defender than Lucasen. Lucasen is slow. He cannot pass from the back. When he goes long, he gives it away. His recovery is bad. He's not dominating in the air. Ajete was the best header of all our aerial duels throughout the tournament. You bench Ajete. That was shocking to me. Number 3, we've all spoken about Jordan Ayew. This team has been built as a transition team. We have a striker who has done so well. Ghanaians should listen to this very, very well. During the qualifiers, Jordan Ayew was by far our best player. But going into the World Cup, his form was bad. Even at club level, he was given 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I was worried, and I started sending the signal that, look, we should be worried if our Black Stars captain, our topmost striker, is undergoing such a treatment at club level. Just before the tournament, his team got relegated, and then his contract was terminated. These were signs that things were not right. Psychologically, how was the young man? Was he ready to play for the Black Stars? He's the leader of the team. Now, the 3 previous performances in the World Cup against Panama, against England, and against Croatia, this is a striker who will not stay in the box, who will not outrun or outpace any defender, who will not dribble past any defender, who, when the ball is given to him, that will simply ignore his teammates, forgetting that it is a team sport, and therefore he should let go of it, especially when he's become this slow. Again, he will not trigger any proper pressing to get our team to go on the ascendancy. The question is, did we have players on the bench who could have done that? Jesus Christ. Thomas Asante aided us to score the most important goal in the tournament. That goal that propelled the Black Stars into the knockout stages. Thomas Asante was so instrumental in that. If that alone, that the performances of our other forward players did not qualify the young man to earn a starting position in the team, then I don't know what coaching was being done to our team. It was bad coaching. And because you need the protagonist to be properly set up to execute a job. Everybody knew that we're going to sit back, we're going to play on the defensive. And any team that plays on the defensive is supposed to be a proper transition team. Again, when this team was put out there, some of us were vocal. Look, there are levels to all these things. There are levels to it. But until the people at the Ghana Football Association put aside their selfish interests, look, I can send you a voice where you have the chairman of the SA committee in the SA Cup telling the whole country on national radio, says that currently Ghana football, those managing Ghana football, they all have their interests. They all have football teams. They all have players they manage. So they will use our national team as platform for their players to be sold, whether their players match up to the standard required or not. And they will use our platform to be sold. They will use our platform to market their players.
Is that what you believe happened?
They use the money to go and run their club. Jesus Christ. Even our juvenile team, go and see what is happening, my brother. So Ghana, we should forget about football for as long as this administration, the Ketkreku administration, is running football in this country. We should forget about it. Because everything we are doing is retrogressing our game, is backward thinking. We are not thinking in the future. We are not establishing foundation that will ensure that we build a solid future for our team. So now the game starts. Everybody's watching. And then I felt pity for Thomas Partey. He picks up the ball in midfield. He scans, no one to pass the ball to. He forces the issue. He gives the ball to his fellow midfielders. See ball, and they can't even control and pass. There are levels to this thing. So, Makalesian, midfield, Sule Aliu Muntari, Stephen Appiah, Brad Laye, Kingston, Anthony, Anna, Kevin, Prince Boateng, Kojo, Amoah. Is this the midfield that we are used to in this country?
But these are the players we have, Coach Nimley.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, I said, but these are the players we have.
No, they are not the players we have. These are not the players we have.
Where are the players?
Majid Ashmeru? Where is Sulemana? These are players who are playing in better leagues. Sulemana plays in the Italian Serie A. Players used to play for Atalanta. Atlanta loaned him to Bologna. We watch this boy, very excellent midfielder. He can control. He can pass. He can take charge of the situation. Once Mohamed Kudus was not going to go to the tournament, no coach worth his sauce would have dropped Majid Ashmeru if he was fit to play for this team, because he's a proper ball progressor. Thomas Partey picks it up, gives it to him, he turns and he progresses the ball. Nobody. We had Augustine Abuachi in our fold, a very fantastic midfielder in the team, proper left-footed, ball juggler, can create spaces. They never gave him a look at. And then we're looking at Sibo and Elisha Wusu. I'm not picking on them. But like I said, there are levels to these things. If the people are not up to the standard, who are those pushing them? One of the things I heard, whether it is true or not, they say they want to get somebody like Lucasen into the mainstream of Europe. When we say mainstream, Germany, France, England, how do you call it? Spain and those people. He is playing somewhere else. He is playing somewhere in Europe, but not mainstream. So you have to drop Jonas Ajete, one of our key defenders. Who are those influencing the coaching selection? You see what the man has written?
Yes.
He's told the whole country that our football, a lot need to change off the pitch. Look, my brother, in due time, the sort of revelation that some of us will bring will be clear. Because we know of players who were chosen by this manager to be part of the 26, and people at the Ghana Football Association use their authority to tell the man that this boy cannot go.
Coach Nimley, which players?
The nation interests aside, and they pursue their personal and selfish gain. God will judge all of us. God will judge, because if you are taking people and you are giving them $100,000 per appearance, look at what's happening. I'm not against that in principle, although I believe the amount is extremely gargantuan. These boys beg to be part of the Black Stars. Why should they beg? Because we are dishonest in our selection. If we are honest, you don't need to beg. If you are up to the standard, you get into the team. But when it comes to Ghana, our players, they beg. They come and beg the people. Oh, what can I do? Then they do those things. No.
Yeah, but Coach, you hold on, Coach Nimley, hold on. You say there are players who did not qualify.
Oh, my brother.
So, please, and there are players who were moved, the coach wanted to call, that the FA forced him to drop and call their players. Let's begin to mention names. Who are those?
Why was, go and ask them why they dropped Joseph Pencil, one of our best forward players. Go and ask them. The coach, I'm telling you on record today, Joseph Pencil was part of the 26-man squad of the FA. In due time, what some of us have, we have to be patient enough. Some people will have to speak. Now, when they speak, then we leverage on that, and then we take it to the mileage deserving.
So, Joseph Pentil. Yes, hold on. Yeah, before you go ahead, Joseph Pentil, you say was part of the 26,
I'm telling
and
you
was
on
dropped.
record.
Who else was part of the 26?
You see, let's take what I've said for now, because I've been told not to reveal certain things yet. At the right time, when those things are put out, then you call me. You will call me. You tell your producer to call me. Then I'll come again. Then that one, when I'm hitting, I'll hit and hit and hit properly. But the point I'm making is this. We've always been dishonest with our team selection, That is why we continue to suffer. My brother, look at Morocco. Nobody questions anybody in the team. Can you look at the Morocco team and say there isn't a player there who can control and pass under pressure? He cannot take charge of the round object and pass. I can give you several players in our team who cannot do basic ball control. What are they doing in the Black Stars? They are not up to the standard.
Who are those? Who are those who are not up to the standard?
Are you impressed with Elisha Wusu? No Elisha Wusu
Manyamatra.
No more coffee training 2 weeks. Odumojalami simple. Over to easy. Any control, he can control and pass. Look at the ball. That's why I've mentioned Michael Essien, Sule Muntari, Stephen Appiah, Lai Kingston, Anthony Anai, Kojo Asamoah, Kevin Prince Boateng. Look, in recent times, I don't want to go further down, but in recent times, that is our standard. The Black Stars midfield in 2006 was voted the best midfield in the World Cup. That is the standard of our midfield. You don't introduce any player into the Black Stars who cannot put a ball under simple control. And then you see Thomas Partey completely frustrated and throwing his hands. But where from these people? Who are these players? Who introduced these players into our team? That one person alone is being made to suffer as if he's the only one playing in midfield. It's unacceptable, my brother. It's unacceptable, my brother. You cannot do that to these people. You cannot do that to the country. People are look, I don't know how far this is true, but you are the journalist, you can confirm. They said when we scored the goal against Panama, there was this young lady who is a lawyer who jubilated and then she passed away. Is it true?
It's true.
Look at that. You see, that is why some of us, when we are talking, we talk with passion and people think we are some way. You see what the Black Stars has cost? Somebody's child, 25 years old, I'm told, a renowned lawyer, she's gone through her training, coming to serve her parents. Out of jubilation, she just passed, just like that. If you are the father to that little girl, my brother, can you imagine what you'll be going through? She died because of the love she has for Ghana. True or false?
True.
So when people are using our national team in the way they should not be using it, when you talk, they say they will take you to court. I will take me to court and let the qualified judges in this country jail me for Mother Ghana. I don't care.
Coach,
jail me because of Ghana, jail me. I don't care. I will never insult anybody.
Okay.
But I will
so we've seen the Black Stars performance, and you've talked about players that don't deserve the national shirt. There are those who are calling on the team to retire Jordan Ayew. You agree?
You see, the boy is from a football family. Jesus Christ. I wept in 1998. I was a kid when Abedi Ayopele says he won't play for the Black Stars again. Some of us were so much into him that the maestro, you lie bad. I think the family will have to sit with him, look at his performances, because that family has got a high playing standard. Though. Abedi, Andre's level when he was on his 8th game was second to none. We saw it. We benefited from him as a country. Jordan too likewise. But it is clear that when you look at where he is now, he has the most cap for Ghana. He's been there for over 15 years or close to 15 years. The time has come, in my view, for him to review whatever he's doing for the Black Stars. Retire, maybe I won't say retire, but not as a starter in any of our games. He is useful, but not as a starter. You can have him in the team. He's experienced. You see, one of the things that we've not done right is the way we have gotten rid of some of our senior players without looking at those coming to replace them. The current FA has mismanaged the transition of our game. Look at Andre and Jonathan Mensah, Inkum and Co. They could take over from John Pencil, from the likes of Stephen Appiah, because there was proper transition. I will not say retire Jordan now. Keep him in the team. But he should be made to understand that, young man, you cannot be a starter in this team any longer. Your starting position is no longer guaranteed. You will play for the interest of the team, because I still believe he's got something to offer. but not as a starter. So not to retire him. But if, as a family, he sit down with his dad and his brother and the rest of the family and they think he wants to call it quit, some of us support the view. But if I'm the one in charge, I'll sit him down, put his performance map to him, and compare it to what it used to be. He's an intelligent young man. He will clearly see the dip in the level of his performances. And therefore, I will stand my ground as a technical man and say, going forward, you are going to be used sparingly in the team. As at when I need you, I throw you in there, you do a job, we move on. That is football for you. So don't necessarily retire him. But if he thinks he's had enough, we'll support the idea. That is my genuine opinion on the matter.
And talking about use, how we use him, what should be the best use of Jordan Ayew?
I think as an experienced player, his presence is needed even in the camp there. Now, when it comes to the football itself, depending if we are going to be a transition, football now is played on pace, on speed, on energy, and proper energy to burn.
Which he doesn't have.
He will not be the one to burn those energy from the beginning. But imagine we have a lead that we need to protect with 10 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go. You throw him in there. You ask him to go and do a specific job. You tell the team that once we've got something to protect, when I bring him in, play it to him. Because he's got the ability to slow the intensity. When you are leading football games, you want to slow it down. You want to take the steam out of it. You want to delay the progress of your opponent. Because if you can protect the ball better and restrict the number of 10 overs, then you can win your game and manage the game. We say it's part of managing the game. He's somebody we can use to do those things. And when the time finally comes, we give him because he's the most capped player in the history of this country. There's a way to trick him for him not to feel bad. I think if we can look at what I'm saying and get him to understand that your starting position in this team is not guaranteed. And if he accepts that and he's ready to work and still serve this country, I think he's got a role to play.
What should happen to Carlos Queiroz?
He was never going to continue. The man is a smart man. I mean, he looks at what is going on. People influencing his team selection. He said, these are the people I want to work with. Somebody said, no, you cannot work with this person. Get him out. I mean, he's aware. Look at the statement he's put out there. He's made it very clear that success is not only on the pitch. Success includes, look, when you are preparing for a football game, let me just say that about 80% of your preparation of the football game is not what you see on the pitch or what you see on the training ground. The training ground at the Black Stars level, you're not going to teach players who should now control and pass. It's about tactics. It's about system. It's about movement in anticipation of what your opponent will do. Those things don't take a chunk of the game. This is not the time. He knows those already because he's seen it all. Okay? But what goes on off the pitch, that's what Carlos Queiroz had. Look, he's been there for less than 4 months. So look at the statement he's released. It's an indictment, proper indictment on the managers of our game. When you talk, they don't want you to talk. Then they are threatening you. They will take you to court. Take it to court. Take me to court on because of this statement. The court will vindicate me. The fact is, he was never going to stay. Do you think the man is happy to be staying in a hotel? The government of Ghana gave the Black Stars head coach a proper residence, a residence that I have been to, that I have sat in, that I can see. Go and see how dilapidated that residence has turned into. The Ghana Football Association, they turn our property into their personal use. And we've got people sit in this country, we've got leaders sit in this country and allow them to do that. When you bring the coach, then you go and put him in a Lisa hotel, pays over $400, $500 a day, and we are watching. It is only in Ghana that at times we behave as if we don't have leaders in this country. I don't get this. We have assigned a proper residence to whoever the head coach of the Black Stars is. Go and see the wall. Go and see the windows of the building. Go to send your people there. Let them go and video and come and show to Ghana how nasty. I repeat, I won't take because that is where I work. I pass by the building every day when I'm going to work. Go and see how nasty the building has become. Go and see. Go and look at it. Very nasty. You think the man is happy to be waking up and sitting in a hotel? You bring in the Black Stars coach. You put him in a proper residence like that. You get him a cook, a cleaner, a proper security. He's comfortable. Somewhere that he can invite his family. You've got family. You're staying in the home with your wife and your children. Somebody works for you, and you put him in an environment that will not allow him to invite his family or his people he wants to invite to come and visit him. Who do you think will stay there? No elite, no civilized white man or a black man will stay around if these are the conditions. And when you talk, people tend to defend this thing. When you listen to are they serious at all? Do they understand these things at all?
Okay.
Do they understand? This man, when he was working with Egypt, go and see the proper home that was given to him. He could invite his wife over. He could invite his children over. He's worked in Colombia. Go and see. See whether any of the renowned coaches in Africa are staying in hotels.
Okay.
So when you talk,
Chief,
Charlie.
Well, that's all time would allow us this morning. We definitely would come back to you because as for the Black Stars, like you said, it's our national team. We all would have to make sure that the best happens. Thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. This is what we're going to do, Kojo. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll be activating the phone lines. We want to hear from our listeners also. You know, I'm sure you watched the Black Stars. You know, many of you stayed awake. Well, I watched a dead match because at some point I realized that EMFA. So I had to sleep. You know, I'd actually planned, Kojo, that I was going to watch it with some friends. And these guys converged. They watched it together. I wasn't there. I was asleep. When they saw me in the morning, they said, "Oh, Charlie, a year past one mau."
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
I didn't miss much. Then I decided to watch it. And I watched it, Charlie. We didn't do well. When we return, we'll activate the phone lines on 0302-216-541 and then 055-1111-997. We'll be right back.
Joy News.
And here is Samson's take, a very brief take on the back of a take I wrote the morning after the floods. You can look for it. It's titled Blood on Your Hands, about failed leadership. But this morning, I titled my take 34 Dead, Trash Choked, and Leadership on Holiday. Hello, partisan robots. Disconnect now. If your brain is hardwired to defend a political color while fellow citizens drown and rot in the capital, this is not for you. It is Saturday morning. The skies have cleared, but the grim reality has only just surfaced. The National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, has now confirmed that the nationwide death toll from Monday's devastating floods has risen to 34 human souls, with 12 confirmed dead right here in Accra. And the state admits that the number will likely rise as missing bodies are matched and verified. 34 citizens are gone. 11 years after the June 3 catastrophe, we are still counting bodies. We are still writing obituaries for avoidable deaths. But look around you this morning. Look at the streets of Accra. The water has receded, but it has left behind a sickening monument to our governance failure. Massive rotten heaps of rubbish sitting right in the middle of our city. The floods aggressively spat back the refuse we choked our drains with. And days later, our municipal authorities cannot even coordinate a swift cleanup. The capital of Ghana is a trash-choked graveyard. Don't let any politician grandstand on television today with fake empathy or talk about needing new laws. The Criminal and Other Offences Act explicitly criminalizes this littering and clogging. The Land Use and Spatial Planning Act and Local and Governance Acts give our local authorities absolute power to clear obstructions, demolish lawless structures they allowed to be put on waterways, and jail offenders. But as we know, the laws are alive on paper. Leadership is dead in practice. Instead of proactive engineering, continuous dredging, and ruthless enforcement, we get reactive media stunts during the downpour and absolute silence when it clears. If you have seen the Garrett Transactions report, it proves that hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis have been moving through the system for flood mitigation, drainage, and municipal sanitation management. Yet, the plastic mountains remain on our pavements this very morning, and the storm drains remain choked to the throat. To every president, minister, MMDCE, who has enjoyed the perks of power over the last decade or more, look at the mountain trash and the rising body counts today. Every avoidable death, every ruined livelihood, every disease that breeds in these uncollected heaps is on you. We don't need your prayers. We don't need your post-disaster warehouse distributions. We need you to enforce the law. Until you find the political backbone to do your jobs, know this truth. You have blood on your hands, trash at your feet, and history will not wash it off. And that is my take.
On assumption of office of the current minister, you realize that when the flooding is occurring, it occurs just beyond the Odo Basin. So relying on just the Odo Basin to fight flooding or to reduce the impact of flooding was not going to work. So last year, he asked us to look at the 9 basins within the Greater Accra region. Last year, we did 5. We did an analysis to look at the current state of these basins and that if it should rain, can it perform its function well? This year, it's just unfortunate we completed the assignment before this heavy one happened. But we had just finished and we are putting the report together when the floods came in. This year, we looked at the entire region. And this is what we found out. Now, as I was explaining, every water has its source. The source is from a high point, so normally the mountainous areas. Now, if you look at these two images, this was taken, the left one was taken in 2023 by myself, and this is 2026. You realize that the land cover in 2023 was a bit denser than what we are seeing now. And from the image, you can see people are parceling and building walls, and they are clearing the land. It's the same area. So you can see the curve here, and that's the curve. So you see people are building. This building in 2023 was not done, but that's the building here.
Within this very short time?
Yes, very short time. And so once the source is compromised, and naturally it has a sharp gradient, so the speed is there. Once it gets to Oyarifa or the foothills, by nature, the water is supposed to hold a bit before it moves. Now, what is happening in Oyarifa is quite interesting. We have encroached the water basins, and so the water cannot still even hold there. It's still on the move. The course has been compromised, so it's still moving at the same speed. Then it gets to Cap Price area, then it slows down. The speed combined with the volume of rainfall we are getting, and the way we have now squeezed the channel, it would overtop. And we've done models and we realize the impact will go beyond just those small areas to even plant communities.
Winston, just a minute before I do the Black Stars. This flooding issue, we are not looking at the Bagri Dam spillage that occurs every year. Nobody is talking about it. Before we realize they sprung a surprise on us, the north will also be flooding. So I want to draw the attention of NADMO, all the people who are involved, looking at what they have to do for the Bagri Dam spillage if it should happen. Now to the Black Stars. I think we need to come home and look at a local coaching system.
Hey, but Claude, we've tried the local coaching systems. It didn't work. Oh.
No, it was interference. The interference was too much. You know, if we should stop the interferences from the FA and things, it should be okay. And I want to suggest, Akwesi Appiah and Larry Kingston, if the two of them will agree to work together and they are given a free hand, that would be the best coaching system we could have for the Black Stars. But for the match we played, I think the selection was not too good. And the coach waited too long to do the substitutions. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Claude, for joining us. Antia is in Odoko. Antia, good morning. God is taking care of us. Please reduce the volume on your radio set, Antia.
Hello, is it okay now?
Yes, it's better now.
Hey,
hello, Antia.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm saying this World Cup match. So the station can do something about it. Oh, my people, and give them free hand to work.
Good point. Give the people free hand to work. Let's go to South La, where Chidiak is. Chidiak, good morning.
Good morning, my people.
Yes, Chidiak, I like that, my people.
Yeah, sure.
You know, one day I will tell you a story about you and me in Ho, but go ahead.
First of all, let's go this way. The biggest platform in the world to showcase yourself, for you to get higher value, so that the payment they give you at your clubs will increase. Service to the nation, they have to pay you $100,000 for appearance fee. That's the beginning of the downfall of Black Star. Because the people who are managing the people, the technical team, the management, they are not there for Ghana. They are there for their pockets. So long as we keep these mafias there, please forget it. Ghana Black Star will not. They should dissolve Ghana Black Star, dissolve everything. Let's come home. Let's start everything up fresh. That's the only way forward. Thank you.
Chidiak, you want us to dissolve the Black Stars?
Yes. Because the people managing their mafias, they are not there for this country. Can't you hear a lady died out of shock? Did they care? Giving somebody $100,000 for appearance. Just to showcase himself, to get more value. You have to pay for it. Does it sound right? That's the beginning of the mafia game. They must go. They should dissolve the whole thing. Let's start afresh. Let's train 16 years so that they take over Black Star tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Chidiak in South La. Let's go to Katamanso. Robert, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Robert.
You see the problem we have in this country. See the coach. The hands is always tight. Instead of good players to call, they call staff. Oh, Alex. You are breaking our. This church must resign. The greedy. I don't know what to see. That's bad. Come on, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Robert, for joining us this morning. Papa has joined us. Papa, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Winston, how are you, my brother?
God is still taking care of his children.
And then tell Kojo Yankson that I'm welcoming him from the long leave.
Thank you.
Yeah. I miss you, my brother. Yeah,
good to be back.
Touch on the flood issue, then I touch on the Black Stars.
No problem.
I beg of you. I also Central. I allowed you, though the flood was massive in general, but Alajo had hit. But before even this flood, I've told you, MC, sleeping on the job. We need to win, the NDC needs to win that seat again, come 2028 general election. So that guy has to be fired. That is one side of it. Alajo needs urgent attention, please. Now the Black Stars. Listen, you remember I told you that I think Jordan, after observing Jordan Ayew from the friendly matches, I told you on your network, no. I said, as if he has lost his legs. Did I say that? Do you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Yes. Some of us, when we speak, they have to listen. Now, when you have the likes of Inaki Williams, Semenyo, you get what I'm trying to say? That type of tactics of passing the ball backward, then, doing they said some tactics of 4-1-3 or whatever it is. We use their own tactics. Those days, Abukari Gariba playing for Kotoko. You understand me? Look, go on, be fair. You lob the ball into the 18. Try and be lobbing the ball.
Pragmatic football, eh?
I'm telling you, this kind of. Then again, where were the likes of Ajeti and Thomas Brandon? Why? Senna very good, but where were the likes of Ajeti? Ajeti, the defender. That guy was so good. Why did they rest him? Thomas Brandon did the same thing. What was that? I'm told they said because they said he showed some disrespectfulness to some people, or I don't know. Do we eat that? He want to win the matches, and he said, Charlie, my brother, have a good day.
Thank you. Do have a good day too, Papa Bisiu, on the Spin Test Road. Kwame is in Accra. Kwame, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Kwame, can you reduce the volume on your radio set?
I'm in a so I don't know. I'm not having a radio set.
Okay. You go ahead. Make your point.
So I want us to look at something there. Look at the number of years say Alex Ferguson coached Manchester. The truth is, beginning from the time he started up to the time he resigned, he wasn't time winning matches. Look at also the time as a winger coached Arsenal. I'm bringing up all these things because look at what the teams did. They gave these coaches. It's like Ghana, everybody is a coach. And anytime there's any coach doing anything, we are all at the time giving the coach what they should do. These people are professional people. Winston, if I'm mistaken, coach resigned. I hope I'm right.
Yes, that's the understanding I get.
Yes. Why has he? This man took over this team 20 days to the World Cup. And look at what he has done. The truth is that I believe that this man has left because of any.
Yeah, but you know, Kwame, you talk about we should look at Alex Ferguson, coach for 26, 27 years. You talk about Arsene Wenger, but you can also you forget that these are club teams, club football. This is not a national team. So in national teams, you look at the German national team, for instance, when Joachim Löw became coach in 2006. In 2010, he reached the semi-finals. In 2014, he won the World Cup. In 2018, when they were, beating at the group stage, they gave him a chance. And by 2020, when they didn't do well in the Euro, he left. A new coach came, he underperformed, he left. Another coach has come, he's also left. So why should ours be different?
Yes. Look at the scenario you just gave. They gave this coach some time. But Ghana, do we do that?
Well, maybe because he had something to show. Yes.
Yeah. Look at this very coach who just left. This man took us for some few days, and we have seen good things, some talents he has here, or the good things he has brought out of the players. Look at where we got to. Personally, I must confess, I have no hope that we could even play draw with England.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kwame, in Accra. Fred in Ejumase Besiansi will be our final caller. Fred, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Winston.
Yes,
how are you doing?
God is still taking care of his children. How about you?
By His grace.
Great. Share your thoughts with us.
This Black Stars issue. See, a team which who cannot score more than 3 goals, 2 goals. Yes, I mean, we are lacking the striking issue. And also the team must be mobilized for long. Do you remember how we did the under-20? Often.
Yeah, I remember.
Selected will go to Europe and then mobilize them there for them to play a match because most of them were there. So each and every time the guys were together. Not with the Black Stars issue. Black Stars can be there more than 2 years. They've never played any match. Until maybe we are ready to go for AFCON. Then you start mobilizing them. It will never help. They have to be playing regularly for them to know themselves.
Okay.
If you watch the Croatian teams, more of the teams that we met, they've been playing together for a long time. And then when there is an issue with the striking issue, they look for more options to make sure that it will better. Jordan was a problem. Nobody spoke about it. Have you seen him using his head to score? Even the brother does. The striking issue, how we should keep the team for long so that when it gets to the tournament, no matter what the coach that we put there, if they know themselves already, they can play even without the coach.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Fred in Juma Kombesiase. And I know there are many of us who were planning the Kakalika dance, but that didn't happen. We'll go again, We'll go again in the AFCON. But you know what? Step into a world of hassle-free banking with the all-new CBG mobile app. Now, the new CBG mobile app has been designed to make you enjoy the convenience of banking anywhere and at any time. Download the new CBG app on the Google Play Store or App Store and experience the ease of managing your finances on a secure, smart, and user-friendly digital platform. Receive real-time alerts to stay informed about your account activity. Join the digital revolution and elevate your banking experience with the new CBG mobile app. For inquiries, call them on 0302216000. Email talk to us at cbg.com.gh or visit any of their social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. But look, let me welcome you to the future of mobility in Ghana, because at Drive EVGH, they're not just selling electric cars, they're launching a movement. All electric, all styles, zero fuel, zero noise. Cut your transport costs by up to 70%. That's right. No more oil changes, engine repairs, or long queues at the gas station. Drive now, pay later, no deposit, no excuses. And thanks to amazing bank partners, you get instant approval, great interest rates, and super flexible terms. One that luxury electric vehicle is yours today. And when it's time to recharge, we've got you covered with the X-Charge EV, our blazing fast smart charging network, fully self-serve, app-enabled and growing fast across Ghana. So are you ready to ride the revolution? Drive EVGH, Ghana's #1 electric car company. Visit the showroom at Burma Hill on the Mahama Road. For inquiries, call them on 0596 513 056 or 0554 136410. Drive EVGH, drive into a sustainable future. And you know, going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money. Install solar panels and cut down your power cost, get an electric vehicle and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part, Absa Bank can help you finance all of it. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa branch, ask about the Absa Green Finance Loan today, and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. Absa Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters, Absa. And look, dear parents, if you're looking for a world-class university experience for your child right here in Ghana, then Lancaster University Ghana is the only British branch campus in sub-Saharan Africa, offering students the same prestigious Lancaster University degree awarded in the UK. With a 90% graduate employment rate within 6 months of graduation, your child gets a head start in today's competitive global market. Students can choose from programs in business, law, computer science, economics, marketing, international relations, and more, all in a modern campus environment designed for success. Applications are now open. Visit lancaster.edu.gh to or call 0309 0209 0209 607 008 or 0302 747 700 today. Lancaster University Ghana, a global degree at your doorstep. But if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company with over 240 stations nationwide. Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And that's why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy save cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. So wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuel. When we return after these messages, we've been told that there's a demonstration, Kojo, happening at Amasaman over the poor nature of roads there.
Yeah.
Our reporters are there and they'll be telling us more about that after these.
World Cup fever is here, and Universal Merchant Bank, the official banking partner of the GFA and the Ghana Black Stars, is probably back in the dreams of all Ghanaians with seamless banking services and opportunities. This World Cup season, as the Ghana Black Stars chase glory, you can win with UMB. Open a new UMB account or reactivate your existing account today to enjoy free data bundles and other awesome rewards. To get started with convenient and reliable banking, visit any of our 35 branches across Ghana. Go to our website, myumbbank.com, or download the UMB Speed app from the Play Store or App Store and open an account using your Ghana card in minutes. For more details, call our 24-hour contact center at 0302 633 988 or toll free at 0800 100 880 for all networks. UMB, proudly serving Ghana with speed since 1972.
The World Cup football fever is here, and Electroland Ghana Limited is bringing the excitement of the stadium right into your home with unbeatable soccer promotion. Experience every goal and celebration in clarity, just like you're live at the stadium with discounts on Samsung, TCL, and NASCO Smart TVs. Make every match day perfect for your football watch parties with powerful air conditioners and air coolers, top and bottom mount chest and display fridges, gas cooker, washing machines, microwaves, small kitchen appliances, and more. This is the biggest football promo of the year. Rush to our showrooms and authorized dealer shops or call 050-315-9739. Electroland, bringing the stadium home.
Welcome back, and many of you are sharing your thoughts about Ghana's performance at the just. Has it ended? It's not ended. Our World Cup has ended actually.
At our just ended campaign.
Yes, our campaign has ended. You know, we're not going back. We're done. And so keep them coming on 055-111-1997. We'll do lots of your messages, but we promise we're going to talk about flooding and government's plan to deal with floods. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're unable to bring that to you today. But look, if you're planning for the future, it begins with decisions you make today. Save and invest early with EDC to build wealth and retire comfortably. One clear sign of financial growth is when your money starts working for you through steady returns and long-term wealth creation. With EDC, you get professional fund management, flexible investment options, the potential for higher returns than ordinary savings, and financial security for your retirement and future goals. Your financial independence is possible with EDC. Sign up today. For inquiries, call them on 0302 610 400, WhatsApp 0509 268 414. And this July, Ghana will host the global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference 2026 under the theme Building a Resilient Downstream, Policy, Innovation, and Investment for Growth. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama will be the distinguished guest of honor. Speakers include John Jinapor, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Mr. Gordon Kojo Tamaklo, CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Patrick Ofori, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. Rivers Singopong, CEO of Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. It's from the 16th to 17th of July 2026, 8 a.m. each day at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. And the event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night on the 18th of July at 6 p.m. at Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra. Register now at GIPCON, that's GHIPCON.com, or call 055-822-3678. Let's get onto the phone lines now and find out what's happening in Amasaman. And Ramat Bashiru has joined us. Ramat, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Winston.
So, Ramat, tell us what's happening at Amasaman. We're told there's a demonstration. What really is the reason for the demonstration?
The court of respect protest the next community. Amoah obey. When I engage them, they tell me that yes,
Ramat, if you could kindly reposition yourself, okay? We are struggling to hear you. So just do that and let's see if it's okay. And then we'll continue, okay? Thank you very much, Ramat. But life can be very loud, and the last thing you need is a phone call about a massive hospital bill. What if you could turn down the volume on life's biggest stressors with just one decision? With Eden Care, all that noise just stops. And Eden Care is a dedicated individual and family insurance plan that combines everyday accessibility with the trust and experience of a proven health insurer. Don't wait for the noise to drown you out. Choose the policy that lets you enjoy real care. Reach out right now. edencare.acacia@myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care is brought to you by Acacia Health. But the CompuGhana Go Rush season is here and the World Cup fever is on, so everyone is getting excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring the stadium experience home. This is the time to buy your crystal clear TVs, soundbars, home theater, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount sale, it's a chance to win 100-inch 4K smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 Ghana cedis or more. So rush to any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com. Call them on 0302 75 2020 or WhatsApp 0243143143. CompuGhana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience. But Ghana's digital economy is expanding rapidly, creating new opportunities for businesses, consumers, and financial inclusion. But sustaining that progress will require stronger security, greater collaboration, and renewed public confidence. On Wednesday, 22nd July, Joy News and Joy FM bring together leading voices from banking, fintech, cybersecurity, and economic policy for the maiden edition of the Digital Economy Forum under the theme, The Trust Crisis, Why Fraud is Holding Back Ghana's Digital Economy. The forum will explore how Ghana can stay ahead of digital fraud, protect consumers, and build a safer, more trusted digital economy. Join us at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms. The Digital Economy Forum is brought to you in partnership with Haptel. Technologies driving Ghana's digital future. Trust will help it thrive. Okay, so Ramat is back. Ramat, good morning, and yes, please tell us what's happening.
A resident here at Amoah gathered here this morning to test the poor of the road in this community. When I spoke to them, they years of neglect have made the road really impassable. It is really transportation.
Okay, Ramat, I still think we're struggling to hear you. We're still struggling to hear you. So let's call you again, and so we can hear from you. Okay, Ramat Bashiru at Amasaman Obeye, which is on the road from Amasaman to Kaswa. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, then come to the Kingdom Books Yard sales. If you want, all your stationery needs from notebooks, pens, printers to school and office supplies, visit the Kingdom Books office at Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard sales, shop smart, save big. Call them on 0501 401 050 or 0244311955. But Ghana, football fans, the biggest football show on earth is here. And Electroland Ghana is making sure you don't miss a single moment. Here's the winning deal. Buy any 50-inch or bigger Samsung, TCL or NASCO Smart TV, and you get a free DSTV decoder plus 1 month free subscription. Yes, free decoder, free subscription, and the FIFA World Cup live in stunning picture quality right in your living room. So whether you're backing the Black Stars, Argentina, England, or you can back the Black Stars now, or your favorite team, make sure your match day ready. Hurry to any Electroland showroom nationwide or your nearest authorized dealer today. Promotion is valid while stock lasts. T's and C's apply. Call 0503 159739 for details. Obviously, Electroland Ghana. Electroland Ghana, bring the World Cup home. Okay, I like that. Okay, but Charlie, the World Cup now, as for Ghana, the IRS is ended. But please make sure you visit Electroland Ghana. And talking about Electroland Ghana, are you ready for the biggest football festival on earth? Because the Electroland Ghana soccer promotion is officially on with massive discounts, amazing freebies, and big winning opportunities. This World Cup season, bring the stadium right into your living room with stunning smart TVs from Samsung, TCL, and NASCO starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. Feel every goal, every save, every celebration in crystal clear picture, quality like you're live at the stadium. And that's not all. Upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air coolers, refrigerators, chest freezers, washing machines, microwave, air fryers, blenders, water dispensers, and small kitchen appliances, and so much more from trusted brands like Samsung, TCL Media, and Nasco. Planning watch parties with family and friends? Then this is the perfect time to shop and save big with Electroland Ghana. Plus, every purchase gives you the chance to enter the exciting Achedia Kessia raffle for even bigger rewards. Visit all Electroland Ghana showrooms nationwide and authorized dealer shops across Ghana today. Call 0503 159 739 or 0502 989 894. Visit electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bring the stadium home. But with MTN at 30 promo, every call, every text, every browse, every Momo transaction, and every connection to home fiber and every activity on my MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados, over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prize, and unforgettable experiences just for you. Because every move counts. Dial star 530 hash or use my MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo, make every move count. Terms and conditions apply. But you know what? I want you to stop the back-breaking work of hand weeding and switch to Selector herbicide, which is supplied by Agromonti. The selective weed control solution, especially formulated for maize, controls both grassy and broadleaved weeds, effective as both a pre-emergence and post-emergence herbicide, tough on weeds, gentle on maize, promotes a cleaner, healthier, and more productive farm. Recommended rate is 100 to 150 ml per 15-liter knapsack sprayer. Protect your investment and give your maize the weed-free environment it needs to thrive. Choose Selector herbicide for superior weed control. For bulk purchase, call them on 0243 462 023 or 0249 139646. Agromonti, we understand agriculture. And talking about agriculture, if you're trading agricultural commodities, storing of grains, or moving money in Africa's agri-space, there's one name you need to know: the Ghana Commodity Exchange. The Ghana Commodity Exchange brings buyers and sellers together on a secure trading platform so you get transparent prices and fair deals. Do you need storage for your agricultural produce? The GCX certified warehouses keep your maize, soya, rice, and more safe, graded, and ready for the market. And here's the kicker: GCS also unlocks financial services. That means warehouse receipts of goods stored in GCX's warehouse can be used as collateral to access finance from designated financial institutions. Trade, storage, financing, all in one place. That's GCX, powering Africa's commodity markets. Learn more at gcx.com.gh. Kojo, we're going.
Yes, we are. All right, well,
you have a point to make about the Black Stars?
Well, I was simply going to ask whether the head of the Ghana Football Association considers this a success. Does he feel that this World Cup campaign was a success? And and what should he do if the coach is quitting, right? Should he not be taking a cue?
Well, let's see what happens. Thank you very much. That's all from us. My name is Winston Amoah.
And my name is Kojo Yankson. I'm the morning man.
Coming up is the news at 10, and then the Queen of the Airwaves, Doreen Ando, will come your way with a